Maybe not as important as knowing your mom's birthday, but important. That's our checklist. Memorize it because there's gonna be a test, but passing that test, not important. Really, it's not. Experience the boldest flavors on earth. Do the do.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at Lance'sLock.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to Lance'sLock.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to Lance'sLock.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Game 4 of the NBA Finals coming up tonight. The World Series is in the book. The Braves are hot. They're not the only team that's hot. We'll get to all that. A lot of stuff happening in the National Football League, including Jamison Williams, the Alabama receiver, not being ready for Lions camp. I don't know if that surprises anybody or not. We'll get into that and the reaction the Lions sent out that they had back on draft night when they got the Alabama wide receiver. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester Lunsford Wall here today. Moose Johnston will join us in the next segment to talk a little NFL football and the USFL as it winds down here in town. Bruce Feldman later from The Athletic, and as always, the Rockstar Lounge with a special guest in the final hour on a fun Friday show. We start with a unique story from the NFL involving one of LT's favorites. It's Aaron Rodgers, something Brown brought to the table this morning.
Aaron Rodgers is dating a new person.
So I thought he was still with Shailene Woodley. I know they broke the engagement off, but I thought they got back together.
Rockstar has got a photo of Aaron Rodgers' new girlfriend.
She looks like a fairy or an elf.
She looks like a Lord of the Rings character.
Wow. We are just going to rip her right apart.
No, I mean, she's got crazy eyes.
That doesn't mean she's unattractive.
Yeah.
Liv Tyler's in Lord of the Rings.
Her name reportedly was Blue of Earth. BLU of Earth.
Was?
Well, hang on. You got to follow Rockstar. Don't get hung up on this story early. There's a lot of twists and turns. Blue of Earth, BUL. She goes on Instagram on her stories to say yesterday, P.S., my name is not Blue of Earth. It's just Blue, BLU.
Oh, okay, because that's weird.
I've not ever heard of anybody named Blue. But the most interesting part of this to me was not only did she have to clarify that her name was Blue, she also had to clarify, and contrary to reports, I am not a witch.
She does not identify as a witch.
There were reports that Aaron Rodgers' girlfriend identified as a witch. And I can only think of the trash on the table open, by the way. The three of them are witches. We got your phone numbers.
We got the address for one of you.
For one of you. I don't know if it was
I don't know about you
Blue
guys,
of Earth.
But she's got a witch look to her.
That's not the way I envision a witch. What's the witch look?
I think it's the eyes.
Wizard of Oz.
A little big nose.
And you remember the?
I usually go crooked nose, a misplaced wart, grayish black hair.
God, that
No.
word is so misplaced.
This is the modern witch done away. Did you watch Game of Thrones?
This is the modern witch.
Was it the Lady of Red, Lunsford? Who was the?
Yeah, I know. I remember the witch character.
Yeah, she looks a little like her.
She was allergic to clothes early on.
Yeah, she was. She was. So this girl, Blue, is the founder of Fluorescence, and it is described as a modern mystery school for women to reclaim the magical, radically authentic, wise, wild, unapologetic you.
And that's how she got labeled as a witch?
I don't know. She also hosts a podcast called Deja Blue. They said it is described as a clean reservoir of consciousness from which souls thirsty for purity, relief, and love can drink.
But if you go NASCAR driver to popular actress to, this is the next step, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, yeah.
It's a
You're
process.
Right. Yeah, you're right, Jim.
You know, Aaron Rodgers, from Jeopardy to Jungles to Witches, again, it just doesn't seem like he's got his priorities straight.
We had a young Packers fan about 12 years old yesterday in the studio, huge Packers fan. He thinks Aaron Rodgers is the greatest quarterback of all time. Where do you put Aaron Rodgers?
I think Aaron Rodgers is one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. Mechanically, I think skill-wise, he could be possibly the best ever. But there's something that just keeps him from winning championships. For the last 3 years, they've had the number one seed in that atmosphere, the environment, the snow. You saw it last year against San Francisco, a team that was 10-6 in the regular season. And for whatever reason, they can't win these games. They can't even get back to a Super Bowl.
Now, Rockstar, if you'll bring up Giselle, which is Tom Brady's wife. Now, Tom Brady's about to turn 45 in August. All right? He was just wrapping up camp yesterday in Tampa. This is Giselle, who is, I don't know how old. She's in her 40s, right?
She is, yes.
She's in her 40s. Who the hell doesn't think that Giselle's a witch and Tom Brady's a witch? A warlock, I guess. He's 45 and still playing in the NFL. You're going to call out Aaron Rodgers' new girlfriend and question whether she's a witch? This lady's still beautiful at 45, doesn't seem to be aging. Tom Brady seems like he's getting younger. If anybody's got witchcraft, I'm going to the Brady camp over the Rodgers camp.
Yeah, I still think money and good diet will keep you a little younger.
Okay.
And I think that's what the Bradys
you think
and the Bunchkins have.
Giselle has cast a spell on Tom Brady?
Yeah, money and a good diet, but you know what? Aaron Rodgers got spells
That's right.
and cauldrons.
He's drinking potions.
I
before the
ran
game.
across a girl.
That's why Aaron doesn't shower, by the way. Doesn't want to wash off whatever spell she put on
You
him.
guys would be surprised. I ran across a girl years ago that identified as a witch. And she was like what you would perceive as a normal professional.
What'd she look like?
She looked good.
Yeah.
Well, truthfully, of the three of us on the show, if any of us had run across anyone identified as a witch, I was betting on you.
But I also had a friend that he dated kind of a witch, and she had a couple of snakes.
What's kind of a witch? Are you a full-fledged witch?
She was kind of a witch.
You've heard of
That's
weekend
it.
warriors before, people that play sports on the weekends
Right.
only.
Yes.
She liked to bust the snakes out at weird times.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Breakfast and stuff.
Yeah, when she was doing pancakes.
Lights off.
Rockstar's dead on. Yeah.
But generally-
So I'm just saying there's some weird people
Yeah.
out there, and I guarantee you one of our listeners or viewers has come across a witch before, or at least somebody that identifies. I don't know if they can actually cast spells.
Right.
I don't know what the powers
if
are.
you have to, this is not 100%, but if you have to publicly deny something, generally there's supporting evidence. Wouldn't you say?
Well, there's a little smoke.
Right.
Right. Now, it's not 100% true, but
Or it was a phase I went through and I'm trying to deny it.
yeah, but if you have to publicly deny something, generally there's a reason, there's supporting evidence that makes you publicly deny it. Rarely is there just no evidence whatsoever and somebody comes out and says, hey, I just got to tell you guys, I am not a wizard or a witch.
Well, her birth name was Charlotte Brereton. Mm-hmm. And there are reports that she has claimed that she is a witch.
See,
and
there's my
she's a
point.
medicine woman.
That's my point.
Now, Dr. Quinn, medicine woman, Jane Seymour was
Not
a
a
little
witch.
bit different, right?
No, not a witch.
Yeah.
She just helped people out.
Different chapters in life. We'll see where Aaron Rodgers goes next and what the Packers have this week. His former quarterback was talking. We'll get to the rest of the NFL news, including breaking news, also from the Las Vegas Raiders, in just the second part of the show, being brought to you by Greg from Pell City. He'll get on your roof, but he's not a witch. He'll get on the roof for free. no-cost inspection to make sure your roof is ready to go. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing has been locally owned for over 20 years now. It's now owned by Greg Nelson and his wife. They have the best warranties in the industry. Insurance companies trust these folks, and they're A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. You don't get that A-plus rating unless you're doing a great job and you have tremendous customer service. If you hadn't had that roof inspected in the last few years, especially after all the storms we have during the spring and summer around here, make sure you get that free no-cost roof inspection when you can work it into your schedule. Just text Greg at his number right here, 205-542-3531. 542-3531. Text him and say, hey, Greg, I heard you on the next round. Would love to set up a free no-cost inspection somewhere in the near future. Or you can just look him up on Facebook. Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. All right, first the developing news. Hunter Renfrow, Clemson receiver, nemesis for Alabama in a couple of games, has got a new contract with the Las Vegas Raiders. They want him to hang around. Josh McDaniel is there. He's the new head coach. Great play caller, has taken undersized receivers in the slot and done wonders with them in the past. 2-year, $32 million extension. $21 million of that is guaranteed. Hunter Renfro's been a baller, though, since he's been in the league. He's been better than I ever thought he would be.
There is no doubt, and you guys remember Hard Knocks when John Gruden was like, who is this kid when he came in? And his shirtless pick looked worse than Tom Brady's. And it's just amazing what Hunter Renfrow has been able to do. Had 103 receptions last year, which was the second most in franchise history behind Tim Brown, just one reception off there. He was kind of their go-to guy last year. Now you've got an elite in Devontae Adams as your one. You've got Hunter Renfrow as your two. Darren Waller is one of the best tight ends in football. Derek Carr's got no excuses. Josh McDaniels offensively has got no excuses. But I think it's awesome that Hunter Renfrow, this shows you, not the most athletic guy in the world, shows you he worked his ass off to get here, and he gets 2 years, $32 million. Good for him.
The excuse, though, is that division is tremendously tough.
Oh, it is. But this is a guy that never had more than 602 receiving yards in a single season in college football. Playing, by the way, in a really good offense at a really good school with some really good quarterbacks.
And it was always like their third or fourth option.
I know. It's the wildest thing. I mean, this is what, it's not like he was a number one in college and he got to the NFL and he's like, hey, you're really good in college. You're our number 3 here. He was an obvious number 3 in college.
Yeah, I don't know if we can,
2,100 receiving yards in his career, 15 touchdowns.
Most unlikely athlete to get big paydays like this. I've got one that jumps to mind outside of Hunter Renfrow.
Okay, let's give people time to think about that since we got Moose coming up in the next segment here. Think about the most unlikely athletes to get big paydays down the line. You guys start thinking about that, and we'll bring it back up a little later in the show. Another developing part of that story in Las Vegas, because they have restructured and re-signed Derek Carr. They've restructured and re-signed defensive end Max Crosby, who's a really good pass rusher. And they've now re-signed Hunter Renfrow, and they brought in Devontae Adams, who admitted yesterday that all the reports about him leaving the Packers and taking less money to get out of Green Bay and go to Las Vegas, he said it's true. It's true. And the reason he said it was pretty eye-opening.
It really was, because he said, I couldn't risk my career going forward based on the fact that Aaron Rodgers might be here, and I'm paraphrasing, a year or two. I love Jordan Love, but this is what I needed to do. So if I'm a Packers fan, and I think we already realized this, Jordan Love probably is not going to be the answer for the Packers moving forward. I could be completely wrong. We've seen him play. We saw him play against Kansas City. I thought he was okay, probably overwhelmed in that first start. But for Devontae Adams to come out there, a guy that's seen a ton of Jordan Love behind the scenes, to say that's eye-opening.
Can you put a but after I love you and the I love you still be true?
Yeah, I mean.
You and I have been doing it for 13 years.
Oh, it's not true.
Yeah.
Watch this. Dunaway, I love you, but you're a pain in the ass.
See? Yeah. Do you really love Jim?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, Lance and Maggie and I have talked about this just recently at the beach. How you will reach out surprisingly at times at the right time in our lives over the years, and you just reach out and say the sweetest things, and it's so uncharacteristic of you. And I mean, it just blows us away sometimes at how kind you are, how much you love us. It just blows us away.
I'm not that evil. I know I appear like.
Are you a witch, Lance?
Yeah, you can check for the number of the beast on my scalp. It's gonna be hard to see with Dr. B. That's one of the reasons I had to go get him.
But I wear my feelings on my sleeves, and you're very guarded about your feelings. But you will reach out sometimes, and it just blows us away. So I know you love me.
You might see me get emotional later in the show. I got something coming up. I got a surprise for you guys.
I mean,
is that what the Sex Rock Star was?
It's the 12 o'clock thing. I don't know. Why are we waiting to 12 o'clock for this?
By the way, I have no idea.
Well,
You have no idea?
It's something for me that I've been wanting to do.
Okay. So at noon, Lance is going to do something that is a mystery to all of us that he's been wanting to do.
In the noon hour.
In the noon hour.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's going to be near noon because we have a musician at 12:35.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to push your feelings to make them fit in our window. We're going to have to do it probably at noon.
I hate to. Yeah, I'll just tell you some of the props we have.
Okay.
We have a small pool of water.
And a sombrero.
And Maggie's coming up dressed in her baptism robe. So we'll see later on.
Believe it or not, I was baptized when I was in 8th grade.
I believe that.
Yeah, I believe that.
80-something.
80-something.
Yeah. But
I was baptized in the 80s.
But to see my my wife jump into the baptismal pool with LT and dunk him after discussing witches in the first segment would be a great circle.
Did you see, though, how many people? I mean, Zach said he played trivia with a witch.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I think that's an unfair advantage.
It blew past us really quick. But I think Chris down in New Orleans, who's listening to us today, said if you guys are going to start naming witches, we can't
sling a cat without hitting a witch.
Not sling a black cat in New Orleans without hitting one, he says.
So Carrie says a girl that identifies as a witch might be good at some things. Chris says there's a lot of witches down here in New Orleans. Zach says post-college, me and the boys used to compete in trivia against a team that had a witch on the team. She was very nice. Jack says when I was in college in the early 70s, there were a group that identified as witches, and a lot of people were scared of them, but they didn't seem scary to me, just weird. What's scarier, a woman that owns 3 cats or a woman that identifies as a witch? Tripp asked.
I'm going to avoid both. But go back. Didn't somebody say there's one way to identify to find out really if they're a witch or not? What did Jack?
About holding them underwater.
Yeah, you hold her underwater. If she drowns, she's not a witch.
Yeah, that's what they did in the old witch hunt back in colonial days.
How long do you give up?
He put stones, put them in the best of stones.
That's really what they did back in the 1400s.
Was it really?
Yeah, they tied rocks around them, threw them in the lake. If they didn't drown, they were a witch. If they drowned, they were, sorry, not a witch.
Oh, I've got to find this story.
Yeah, the Salem witch trials, I don't think were very fair. They were kind of lopsided.
Yeah.
It didn't end well.
It's the way Angel Hernandez thinks Major League Baseball used to do reviews to make him look bad.
Hilarious. So I saw this story a couple of weeks ago. This is in Brussels. A town has apologized to a woman back in the 16th century that they identified as a witch. And now 400 years later, they're like, hey, we were wrong about that. Yep. You know what they did to her?
Hell of an investigation.
No, they burned her. Yeah.
Well.
So it's kind of late for the apology.
Not if I was in part of the family tree, man. I'd be knocking on that door with Shenarda. I'd be like,
I'm going to own this town.
Now that you've admitted that.
Yeah, I don't know if there's statute of limitations on that, is there?
Yeah.
Probably not. So Davante Adams says less money to go to the Raiders because he doesn't know how long Aaron Rodgers is going to be there, sort of letting the cat out of the bag that he believes it's a year or two in Green Bay or just playing it all.
I still think it's a shot at Rodgers, too.
No, it is. It is.
He's non-committal.
But don't you think it's also a smart move by Davante Adams? Because this is the reverse of what we've always talked about in this show. How many times do you see a receiver blow up in an offense and it's his time to negotiate, and he goes to a lesser quarterback? Now, some are questioning whether or not Tyreek Hill has done that in Miami with Tua.
Well, I was going to bring up 2 points.
Tua's got to prove them wrong.
Dunaway's talking about that division. Without Tyreek Hill, the Chiefs take a step back. And everybody in that division has gotten better.
Right.
But if you're Davante Adams, so really, I wouldn't be surprised if the Raiders, the Broncos, the Chargers, or the Chiefs win that division.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's that balanced, it's that difficult.
It's the most difficult division in the NFL this year.
But 1 point, Brown, I understand why Tyreek chased the money. He's already got his ring. He's played multiple Super Bowls. Davante hasn't. And you still had that opportunity to play with what is deemed as the best quarterback in the league.
This is the opposite of what we criticize these receivers for doing, is my point, is we say, why do you leave a Hall of Fame quarterback to chase the money and go play for some rookie. There was a prominent receiver that did it. He signed a free agent deal with the Jets, and I can't remember who I'm thinking of right now.
Eric Decker.
I think it was Eric Decker.
Yeah, from the Broncos to the Jets.
Yeah, he had had a massive few years with the Broncos, right? And he signed with the Jets and never did anything again. And I can't remember who his quarterback was with the Broncos at the time.
I think it was Jake Plummer, I think.
It was Plummer or Cutler or somebody.
Yeah.
So, but this is the opposite of that. This is the guy saying, I want to make sure I'm with a good quarterback, Dunaway. And I don't know if Jordan Love's going to be that guy. Derek Carr's not phenomenal, but of my options, of the people that will pay me, he's the best one I can pick from.
Before LT tells us about the Michelson look ahead here and what's coming up in the show, last night Oklahoma wins their 6th softball national championship, 10-5 over Texas. 2 quick runs from Texas in the top of the first, and Jada Coleman saves a home run, arm stretch over the outfield wall to keep it from being a 5-0 Texas lead. 10-5 Oklahoma wins it. They sweep the championship series. They're now the national champions again in that contest. Oklahoma, usually known for their bats, made so many great defensive plays. The Lightning, my Lightning, with a big win last night at Madison Square Garden, 3-1 over the Rangers. They now lead that series 3-2. They'll go back to Tampa to try to wrap up the series in Game 6 tomorrow night. If it happens tomorrow night, they'll likely start the Stanley Cup Finals coming up on Wednesday. The Avalanche just waiting. That's the favorite to win the Stanley Cup, just waiting on the Eastern Conference champions there. And as I said, Game 4 tonight, Warriors and Celtics. Steph Curry says he's going to play in that 8 o'clock on ABC for that. Boston leads the series 2-1. Auburn baseball travels yesterday to Corvallis, Oregon. They start their series tomorrow night, late night out in Oregon against Oregon State. 4 of the 8 super regionals begin today, including a couple of SEC teams. We'll set the table for that later on. We're 78 days away from week 0 of college football. It's flying by. In fact, we had to apply yesterday for our credentials to SEC Media Days. It's that close to being football season again. And we'll talk to Moose Johnston about what has been a successful start to the USFL as we start to wind down our time in Birmingham with the USFL. Moose is in the next segment, part of our Michelson look ahead right here.
Hey, look, to find out if LASIK is right for you, it's really simple. All you got to do is write down this number, Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands, 969-8100. When you call that number, ask for Amy, tell her the next round sent you, and they're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation to make sure LASIK is right for you. When I went in and got screened, it was right for me. I was wearing the contacts. I was wasting money on contacts and solution every single year. Got the procedure done. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. I've got 2015 vision better than 2020. Dr. Mark Michelson truly changed my life. Could possibly do the same for you. Call today, 969-8100, or for more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. lender. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,499. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Happy about the USFL this spring and summer in Birmingham. Said that it's winding down week 9 of 10. 2 games back at Protective tomorrow and then 2 on Sunday. The Stallions play again tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Perfect time of the day to go watch the Stallions as they try to stay unbeaten. The biggest game of the weekend with playoff implications, Tampa Bay and New Orleans, 3 o'clock on Fox on Sunday. But 2 games Saturday, 2 games Sunday. As always, theusfl.com for all the details. We'll talk to Moose in just a second after you tell us about the great folks at Hemphill.
Hey, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's when you need to call the team at Hemphill. Adam, Chad, Andrew, for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
All right, Daryl Johnston is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. No relation. What's up, Daryl? How are you?
How you doing? So if I'm going to get an RV, I think I know a place to go look.
That's right. It's in the family.
Family discount.
In a lot of ways, I'm sure your time in Birmingham has seemed like it's lasted 2 years. But as Jim just said, your time is almost up in Birmingham. This season, in a lot of ways, probably also has flown by for you.
No, it really has. We actually talked about it yesterday. There's still a few places that we haven't had an opportunity to go have a meal at, and we're kind of winding down, and we've got them on the list here over the next couple of weeks to make sure we get them in. But it really has gone by quickly. When when you think about all the way back to mid-March, getting in here ahead of the guys coming in as we got ready for training camp. It's amazing that here we sit ready to go into week 9, which for me is going to be a huge milestone. In the Alliance, we got through week 8. In the XFL, we got through week 5, but we didn't complete a season in either one of those leagues. So for us this weekend, we are surpassing what the Alliance did in year 1 in 2018, 2019. So this bodes well for us, and hopefully the football continues to be clean and well played. And we've seen that since week 5, in my opinion. I think the offense has really finally caught up to the defenses a bit and started to function well. Our quarterback started playing better. So we've seen that over the last couple of weeks, and it's been awesome.
We've all been out. I think everybody involved has enjoyed this. Next year, though, looking to next season, is there any tweaks you guys can maybe make to make it even a little bit better?
I think the big thing is what we've seen here in Birmingham, and the other 7 teams have voiced their concerns about Birmingham never having an away game, even when they're slated as the away team. It just doesn't happen that way. We've had tremendous support from the people here in the city of Birmingham with the Birmingham Stallions. So we'd love to see that opportunity for one of our other teams. And we have been in conversation about some potential models where that could be the case. And we just love to bring the excitement that the city of Birmingham has shared this year during our first season with potentially another market. So, we have some conversations behind the scenes going on right now, trying to figure out the best way to accomplish that. In the future, we'll be able to give you some more details there, but it's been such a success for that franchise, and it has been challenging for the other teams, to play in that environment, even when they're designated as the home team.
A lot of fun with the USFL. We'll continue to support that these final 2 weeks. I do want to ask you about your time in Birmingham, though. You had a chance to step out and do one of the things we do every spring, and that's play in the Regions Tradition Pro-Am. What was your day on the golf course like out there, and are you used to hitting a golf ball with a gallery around?
Yeah, it had been a while. I had done it in the past at some of the Pro-Ams back in Dallas with the Byron Nelson and the Colonial Tournament. I usually hit an iron off that first tee to make sure I'm keeping everybody safe. But it was funny. It was probably the best tee ball I've hit on the first hole of a Pro-Am. I had a nice drive with the driver right down the middle of the fairway. So started off well. I won't tell you what happened after that. I looked for 4 good shots. 1 tee, 9 approach, 10 tee, and 18 approach. Whatever else happens during the course of the day, I really don't care. But I just want to have those 4 good shots, and I was able to get 2 of the 4 that day. So I thought it was a great course. The greens were, holy smokes. I struggled with the greens all day long, and thank goodness for Stuart Appleby's caddy. He was awesome. He was reading the greens for us, and you would literally get down, and I don't see that. Dave, you got to explain to me. It's like, just trust me and play it on that line. So it took a while to build a little bit of trust there, but it was awesome. It was a great afternoon on the golf course.
Daryl Johnston is with us, the USFL, wrapping up their time here in Birmingham, headed to Canton. Birmingham Stallions will be up there playing for the trophy in year 1 of the USFL. I mean, obviously, you guys would love to see guys go from this league to the NFL. You've played in the NFL. You see it every single Sunday on Fox. As you've watched the USFL, have you been able to sit there and say, look, that guy could play in the NFL. That guy's got an NFL future.
Absolutely. It's happened in the other 2 leagues, and it's going to happen for us here in the USFL. We've got several guys, throughout our league that are going to have an opportunity to go into an NFL camp. And that's what this is all about for me. I've kind of had a change. It was really funny. I was talking to one of our coaches one day, and he brought up a point to me, and I hadn't thought of it this way. He goes, it's not about getting these guys to the NFL. It's about helping them stay in the NFL. Most of them have been there. The thing that we've got to figure out is, why are they not staying there? And that could be a number of different reasons. So that really has become a very different perspective for me now, is not just getting them back to the NFL, but making sure they have the tools to stay in the NFL and maybe play 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, get off to a great financial start in their career as they start to transition out of football and then into that next part of their life, that next chapter. But we've got to find out why they're not staying there. So I'm hoping that what our coaching staffs have done has been able to provide them not only the opportunity to get recognized on film by an NFL team, but also during the course of the season provided those skills and that mentality for them to be able to stay once they have that opportunity.
You were a Dallas Cowboy start to finish in the NFL. My favorite football movie is North Dallas 40. I don't know if you've ever seen it. Is there any truth to that movie? Is it complete fabrication? Did you guys ever have wild parties at owner Jerry Jones' house? Any fabrication with the movie?
I think the era that North Dallas 40 was showing, I think that a lot of that stuff was going on there. There were some things from that movie that were still a part of the NFL. Jimmy Johnson brought a work hard, play hard mentality to our team. We worked hard all week long. We went out, we played hard physical football, and if we won, we went out and celebrated. We were not at the owner's house, but we were together as a football family, and that was the big thing I think that I took away from North Dallas 40 is how close those connections come, and that is absolutely the truth in the NFL right now. And I think when we go back to the generation that was kind of depicting it, I think it was even stronger back then. I think that even back then, even your opponent, I think that there was respect for your opponent, which we had. But we just didn't have the time to spend with them, post game. I think sometimes the guys in the generation prior to us, I think there was a unity all throughout the league, and that still exists today. So I think if you watch that movie, there are some things there, but I think when you talk about the chemistry, the relationships, and the bonds that are built, I think that was one of the big things that stood out to me that was still consistent with the NFL during our era in the 90s. And I see it, as you pointed out, when I go out on the road to do games for Fox, I still sense that. I still see that at the practice field and then during the course of the game.
It's hard to believe, as dominant as you guys were in that dynasty with the Cowboys, that the Cowboys haven't been to a Super Bowl since 1996. Wow. And they seem close. They seem like they got the talent. It's got to be frustrating because I know internally, although you're very objective when you're doing a broadcast, you're still Cowboy through and through.
Oh, absolutely. It was such a great time for us. I really thought that, 2029 to 2012, there was a team there that, I'm kind of really shocked. They hit the Giants on a couple of bad times when Eli got on one of those crazy runs through the playoffs. But there were a couple of Dallas Cowboy teams, during that time frame, 08 to 12, that you really thought would have had the opportunity to play for a championship. And it was just all timing. The Giants went on two magical runs. I think that those were probably two of their better opportunities for that group to have the opportunity to win a Super Bowl championship. It just goes to show, how challenging that is. It's not an easy thing to do. And even the more talented teams sometimes aren't your Super Bowl champions. It's just teams coming together at the right time. I worked with Tony Siragusa for over 10 years, on Fox, and we always talked about, our teams in Dallas and his 2000 Ravens and, just how special those teams were. And I was always surprised that the Ravens didn't win more championships during that run, because I saw a lot of the same things with the Ravens roster that I saw with our rosters back in the 90s. So, sometimes it's not the most talented team. It's just that team that comes together. It's playing the best football at the end of the season. There's a lot of different reasons, but I think for us, in the 90s, as we look back on it, we would go into training camp with a tremendous amount of pressure on us to repeat as champions. It was kind of a given we were going to get there. And I think that we kind of got into that mentality, and we lost sight of how unique that opportunity was and how special what we accomplished in those years together was. And I think we all have the same regret. We never really took the time out to celebrate what we did in that moment. We reflect back on it now when we get together. But at that time, we kind of shifted immediately, to defending a championship and never really spent the time to appreciate all the hard work that we put in that season to win a Super Bowl.
One more USFL question for you. I love the technology you guys brought, especially measuring for first downs. Has there been any interest from the NFL? Have anybody reached out to you guys saying, hey, we like that, we want that technology maybe in the future on Sundays?
Not that I'm aware of right now, but it's always a dialogue that starts, and it's really driven by the fans. I think the fans are the ones that really start to drive it. We do a lot of metrics, with our group at Fox that supports us in the USFL. And what we get, the feedback that we're getting is the access that we're providing from not only a video standpoint with helmet cams and, the stationary camera that comes into the huddle, the drone coverage, double sky cam, we're doing a lot of different things from a video component, but what the fans have really enjoyed is the audio. So we're kind of bringing you inside the game a little bit more than the NFL has. And I think it's going to be interesting to see, how much access the NFL starts to grant, because, this is something that I don't think you can really deny is something the fans crave. And listen, it's hard for me, as a player in the NFL, you want certain parts of that experience to be only for the guys who have earned that right to be in that space at that time. And so for me, granting access into certain areas is something that I'll have a little bit of pushback on from time to time. But some of these camera shots and some of this audio have really had an impact on me. Being in the huddle on the football field is one of those, rare moments that I think should be reserved to the guys that are on the field playing the game. But it's been kind of cool to see that camera, that steady cam come in and be a part of that huddle and take the viewer into that moment. So I've had a little bit of a change of heart on some of these things. And I think along with the fans at home watching the game, if they can start to push this conversation, I think the NFL has to listen. And if there's somebody like I am and you wanted those certain moments to be kind of sacred for people, I think you start to look at it from a different perspective once you see how well Fox and NBC have done in presenting that in a way that lets the viewer in, but still keeps it special for the guys that are on the field.
All right, he is Daryl Moose Johnston. As Jim said, a couple more weeks, doubleheader this weekend here in Birmingham. Protective Stadium has been the host of the USFL, a couple games at Legion Field as well. We appreciate the time, Daryl, and we appreciate you guys investing time and a lot of things, resources in our city, and I hope our city has reciprocated and treated you guys well.
Absolutely, they have, and thanks to everybody here in Birmingham for your support, not just for the Stallions. We've seen the Maulers and the Generals and the Panthers fan base grow, so can't thank you enough there. And how great would it be for our first year to have an undefeated champion in the USFL? So we'll see if Birmingham can finish this whole thing out.
Yeah, we're used to it in this state, right? We've had a few football.
I forgot. What am I saying? Undefeated is not a great thing. It's easy here.
Thank you, Daryl. Take care.
Take care.
All right, that is Daryl Johnston, the Moose, with us. He was on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And part of the show today being brought to you by that hair underneath LT's hat. By the way, the hat and everything in our Next Round store on sale for Father's Day, at least through today, I believe. I don't know if it continues to next week. You can go to nextround.store and check out the promo code there to get a discount on this hat, that hat, every hat. But under that hat, Dr. B's hair is growing.
Yeah, honestly, the two reasons I wear the hat is to promote our merchandise and our brand, and also because it's cold in here.
Yes. It traps the heat.
It traps a little bit of heat. Anyway, with age, for most comes a little hair loss. When I started to notice that, I asked around. Everyone said call Dr. Beckenstein. Set up a consultation with Dr. B and his team. They perform genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge. Dr. B, the only one in Alabama that offers it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics, formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is an absolute game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. B had that meeting, went over the options. We chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which I actually used on the couch last night. It's going to increase thickness and health of my hair. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Make the call today. 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316. And tell Dr. B the Next Round sent you.
All right, when we come back, what we saw last night in Oklahoma City with Oklahoma winning another national championship, a couple of things happened in that last inning that you guys are talking about in the chat room. I want to get the read from these guys on how you get that. Plus, Andy Staples later on has a list of helmets that should never have been taken out of rotation in the National Football League. I've got 2 or 3 in college that should go back to a helmet they had in the past. That is coming up in the next segment right here on The Next Round.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter @ScottForresterTV.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
You seen what these kids are doing now?
What's that?
They're mixing raspberry and lemonade flavors in their drinks.
Like, raspberry lemonade?
Nah, not like the kind we had. Better. It's all charged up. Got that bold Mountain Dew in it now. They're calling it Mountain Dew Spark.
Yup.
Seems like it's all about the flavor now. The flavor and the refreshment.
Yup.
If you'd have told me 50 years ago that we'd see kids drinking charged-up raspberry lemonade-flavored Mountain Dew Spark and making videos, twerking their hind ends, well, sir, I just flat out not believed you.
Yup.
It does taste mighty good, though, don't it?
Yep.
You know, this Mountain Dew Spark is giving me a great idea.
What's that?
Think I'm gonna make a video, twerking my hind end.
Well, I guess you gotta do you.
Get bold with the raspberry lemonade flavor of Mountain Dew Spark.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Not 100% positive, but a lot of positive comments over in the chat room about the USFL first season. Sounded like everybody will not be in their home stadiums next year either. Sounds like he their plan is to stick with their original plan, which would be Birmingham and one other site.
Right. So 4 in Birmingham, 4 elsewhere. And I don't know what that other site is.
Yeah, I don't understand why, but
I don't know. Yeah.
Let's just go ahead and move back to the cities. Is it travel? I don't know what it is.
Yeah. I don't think it's ever going to, I don't want to say feel real, but, you heard Moose say that the other teams are complaining about this because the crowd is much different when Birmingham's playing.
But it's a better TV product, too, for Birmingham Stallion games.
And the way I read into what Moose was saying is it's not as if the crowd is having an impact on the outcome of the game. Like Pittsburgh's like, we can't communicate under center. I just think they're playing to empty stadiums when it's Pittsburgh versus Houston. And they would at least like to be in a market where there might be some people show up. It's just like you said, it's a different atmosphere. It's a different feel.
But I don't know if you do Birmingham and we'll say New Orleans or Birmingham and pick another city. I don't know if anybody's going to show up for the other teams either that's not got their name on it. You know what I mean?
There can't have been any buy-in in those markets yet.
Yeah.
Because those teams never spent a day in those markets.
Yeah, so I don't know. I just wish that where everybody was playing at home and they had the home crowd and you could get, 10 to 15 to 20,000 fans cheering for the home team like you do in quote-unquote real football leagues right now. So, but it's been a great first year. Looking forward to the final 2 weekends here in Birmingham. Part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at Simpio.
Yeah, Simpio, one of the fastest-growing companies in the Southeast. Simpio's brought a concept to Alabama that many were unaware existed. It has taken over the state. They're going to take care of all of the BS in every single office. When a business joins Simpio, they take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, benefits. I had to make a call to Simpio yesterday about payroll and a quick turnaround. These guys are so good at what they do. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467 or online, Simpio.com.
Okay, I want to get to the Baumhauer spotlight I have here on helmets in a second, but Brown first. Jay Pear watching us in Dallas, new homeowner out there. Are you able to follow the scoring team aspect for the Live tournament? Also, the way they have their names on the leaderboard's the absolute worst. The leaderboard I do not understand, Brown. I guess they're factoring in the logo, which makes me have to understand abbreviations of names. That has been complicated. But where's the updated team scoring? Do they ever show that?
They do. The leaderboard occasionally changes and shows team scoring.
Okay.
My problem is and we're watching it in studio right now, and I don't know how many people have watched. I think it topped out at like 85,000 yesterday. A first round of the PGA Tour normally gets like 350,000. So, you can make your own comparison there. Looks like we're wasting a lot of room left of the numbers there where we could actually spell out the last name.
Yeah.
That's my issue, is we're not spelling out the last name. Like Charles Schwartzel is leading.
That is just impossible.
C.SCH.
Yeah, that's who's leading, Charles Schwartzel.
Yeah. But like if it was
like third and fourth place, I can tell you who those people are.
Like if it's NY.
See, they just showed the team right there.
Okay, there's the team.
Yeah.
So, but if it's NYY, I know it's New York Yankees.
Correct.
Right?
Right.
Yeah.
ATL's Atlanta.
But I don't know Schwartzel.
That's right.
Yeah, it is weird, Jay Pear. So, yes, we're having problems with that as well. Now to the Baumhauer Spotlight, brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
Yes, Bob Baumhauer, the mayor of South Beach, delivered Alabama's first ever taste of wings way back in 1981 on the strip at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa. In fact, he had to give them away for the first few years. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the peoples and visitors right here in Alabama. Check out the Inflation Sucks menu. Right now, you can get a burger, that tailgate burger, for just $7.99. The barbecue yard bird, just $9.99. Go easy on your wallet. Try the Inflation Sucks menu today at Baumhauer's Victory Grill for lunch or dinner.
Chris says F1 does the same thing with the names. I'll watch the next F1 race.
Yeah, but that's a limited field of guys that are the same every single week. And
maybe it's just a very European thing. They just want to confuse us.
So. All right, Baumhauer Spotlight right here. Andy Staples in his mailbag this week at The Athletic gave, I think it was just a handful of NFL helmets that should have never been pulled off the field from a certain time period and such. The first one, Brown would agree with this. The first one he
No
did
doubt.
was the Miami Dolphins, 1980 to 96. That look, I agree with you, Brown. That should be the helmet. It should be the helmet forever.
I don't even know what we're doing anymore. And many teams have changed their logo and changed back since the Dolphins have done it. They are just obstinate and stubborn about this. Nobody likes the new logo. People beg them to go back to the classic logo, and they won't do it. They hate their fans.
The amazing thing is I hate the color scheme, but it works for the Dolphins.
It works for the Dolphins because of
Miami.
Miami. The next one, the L.A. Rams from 80 to 99, that's when they were in St. Louis. I don't like the darker one.
No,
I actually
I'm
like
with
the
you.
helmets now more than that one.
The funny thing about this is it was always strange because the uniform was royal and that was a navy blue.
Yeah, never matched.
They never matched. I never understood it. I didn't mind it because when they went to St. Louis and they went with all this gold stuff, it was awful. There was a game on the other day with the Rams, and I forgot who it was, but it was the Rams' old uniforms. And I'm just glad we've got that helmet back. And I do like the soul blue. Or
whatever they are now, I'm used to it now. I like that color.
Yeah, I do too. But I don't like I like that horn.
I do too. I
don't like the banana connected horn.
I like the horn going all the way around the ear hole like that one.
I do too. I like that horn, but I like the lighter blue color. The Patriots, I've always loved this logo. And I've loved that helmet. I don't know why they don't go back. Andy said they should bring that one back, 82, 89.
Spot on about that.
And one more. He liked the old Eagles helmet.
I do too.
I didn't really love that one so much.
I like the old Eagles and the old Seahawks.
I like the old green there.
Yeah, old Seahawks too.
And this was not on Andy's list, but I want to add the Falcons because the Falcons changed their logo. That Falcon logo is iconic. Whether it's black or red, I love their red helmets, their red uniforms. I think the Falcons should go back to that. I got a couple of college ones, not on Andy's list, that I wanted to bring up, okay?
All right.
This should be Mississippi State's helmet. All due respect to my Hell State fans. This should be Mississippi State's helmet. I like the MS and the U on your helmet. I don't like the M with the banner on it.
Yeah, I'm with you. State has struggled to find a good one. And they've tried a lot of things.
Yeah, and I don't even think that's a good one.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about that one either, Jim. You bang on schools that just, like Ole Miss, that just do the script lettering. That's even more boring than the script lettering.
Yeah, but to me, that is, I don't know.
They've got some logo where the dog is walking through with a football that I've always liked. The bulldog walking through with a football. I'd have to go look at it. Well, I'd have to go look at it to make sure.
Next one, Forrester. I mean, Arizona State's helmet.
No.
You don't like the Sun Devil?
I like the Sun, not that one though. That's a bad helmet.
You don't like the Sun Devil?
I like the Sun Devil.
That coloring's weird. It's almost like a brown helmet with the Sun
I was
Devil.
about to say,
I mean, that's just a bad lighting, but you know the colors.
But I like
with that logo.
better than the Fear the Fork.
Yeah, I think I kind of like their helmet now.
I don't like the Fear of the Fork.
The Smiling Devil looks too much like a cartoon
Sparky.
And I had one more Oregon State. You guys are going to hate it because it's just letters, but I don't like the beaver. I don't like the beaver.
I don't mind.
What was it?
I don't like the beaver, Rockstar.
Well, you know.
Yeah. I like the interlocking letters. So that was a couple. But I've never been a big Mississippi State fan, and I miss the old Sun Devil at Arizona State. That's our Baumhauer Spotlight today. All right, top of the hour. We'll open up the phone lines in the next segment, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. Which helmet should come back? If you want to throw that one out there, you can do that. Also, we'll get to LT's question, the most unlikely athlete to get a big paycheck in professional sports ever. Hunter Renfrow got it today, $21 million guaranteed, $32 million over 2 years from the Las Vegas Raiders. That's coming up. Bruce Feldman starts hour 3, Rockstar in the final hour with a guest in the lounge. All that still to come on a fun Friday edition of The Next Round.
Bama and Bourbon, the mystery fifth hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness. Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Do you want to have the experience of a lifetime and help a great charity at the same time? If you've ever dreamed of taking a few laps around Talladega Superspeedway, now is your chance. Come join us on Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the Track Laps for Charity. For only $50, you can climb behind the wheel of your own vehicle and take 2 laps around the historic Talladega Superspeedway. But if you don't want to take the drive, you can still come out and tour the Talladega Garage experience for free. Bring the kids and enjoy the Game Zone and Kids Zone, or have your picture taken with the famed Vulcan Trophy in Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane. All proceeds from the event benefit the United Way of North Talladega County. You can enjoy a day at the track while also supporting a great organization. That's Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Talladega Superspeedway. To learn more, visit TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. See you at the track.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Reaction on Twitter and over in the chat room brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Ush writes in today, love the old helmet discussion. Dolphins, Mississippi State, Oregon State, and the Eagles all need to come back right now, says Ush. Bring them back. He wants them. Kellen remembers one of our great WJOX moments. Rockstar, do you remember the old Fear the Fork intro that we did?
Oh, yeah.
I was thinking about it when I saw the helmet.
Yeah.
See if I can find it. Can we play it?
No,
it wasn't by us. It was by Arizona State.
That's
They released it.
right.
That's
Yeah. Well, I think Rockstar redid it though. Didn't he redo it as a bit? And then there was something else you added to it, I thought.
No, I think it was just.
I think the thing itself was funny enough.
Fear the Fork.
Yeah, I think it seemed like it was Rockstar doing a bit.
Oh, that's right. It was that bad.
It was really that bad.
It was terrible.
Fear the Fork.
Yeah.
For this hour being brought to you in part by our friends at Mortgage Right. Before we get to the phones, tell us about our friends at Mortgage Right.
Mortgage Right puts the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home, so let them make home ownership a possibility for you. Landing a mortgage is priority number one when you want to buy a home, and with Mortgage Right, it doesn't have to be a hassle. They will give you the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. If you've been thinking about purchasing a new home, now is the time to act. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start that home buying journey today.
All right, we got developing news, as always. Oftentimes it's from Brett McMurphy.
Yeah, Brett and others. I've seen it a couple other times. I'll just read Brett's account because it's right in front of me. He's with the stadium. Central Florida, Cincinnati, and Houston have officially reached an early exit agreement to leave the AAC. They will join the Big 12 July 1, 2023. So next summer, as were the reports, but it is now official.
So officially, it's UCF, Cincinnati, Houston. BYU can already go there because they are an independent.
That's right. Yep.
So the new Big 12 will be whole in 2023 with Texas and Oklahoma as holdovers unless something is then reached with them. If you missed it earlier this week, I don't know if you guys discussed it, but the Big 12 had a historic payout distribution. They had $426 million they distributed between their 10 members. That's $42.6 million in distribution.
Yeah. For comparison's sake, what do you remember? Have they announced what the check was in Destin this year?
For the SEC, I do not, but I thought it was going to be somewhere around $57 million.
I think it's in the 50s.
Yeah, almost 60.
So that's still surprising that they were able to generate that much.
Yeah, but when you're only dividing between 10, that makes it a little easier. Mm-hmm. All right, let's rock some phone calls here, and Rockstar does have the Fear of the Fork. We'll get to that later this segment. But first on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, 205-734-0923. Let's bring in JD. JD, what's up, man?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, I got a few of these about these uniforms. Number one, can we all agree that the Cowboys have the best uniform? I mean, they were the first one to make the white jersey the home team, and we don't even think about it. We don't even think about the fact that their white jersey is their home jersey.
JD, the only thing I don't like is that off blue pant. I know it's tradition.
I like it.
It's tradition.
Like
I don't like it. I love the helmet, and I love the white at home.
I like
whenever
it too.
They try to change it up, I don't like it. I don't like it when they go to like the throwback thing. I hate that. I don't like those. But,
JD, when I was a kid, the Dolphins always wore white at home too.
They did that because of the heat.
Right.
The Dolphins would wear white in Miami Day games. I mean, they're rarely even lower than 80 degrees. And they would do that because of the heat and force the opponents, who are often coming in from New York, New England, colder environments, to even wear the darker jerseys. So, yeah, that was all heat related for Miami.
And did the Redskins, JD, wear white at home, or did they just do that to make the Cowboys mad when the Cowboys came to town?
Exactly. The Redskins and the Eagles used to do that just for the Cowboys games because they hated them so much.
Hilarious.
The Falcons, I like the red helmet, but give me the black Falcon that's a little more fiercer on the red helmet. I could go for that. That black, the regular Falcon, he looks like his wing is so long. I'm like, there's no Falcon wing that long. That's crazy.
That's the only way you can make an F out of it, though.
But let me ask Lance about this. The Rams, okay, I like their uniforms the 99 Super Bowl year when they had the gold horn on the helmet and the gold pants.
Yeah, no, I agree. Those are the best Rams uniform. I don't mind the coloring now. I just don't like the helmet the way it is.
Yeah, I liked it when it was the gold, the actual gold, not the yellow. There's a difference between yellow and gold. People like to say, what's gold? No, that's yellow, man.
Yeah, yellow. 100%. And I also, JD, liked, if we go back to the Fearsome Foursome days, those Rams uniforms that were just blue and white, I thought they were really cool.
Yeah, they were just white.
Yeah.
The Chargers powder blue. Isn't that
Oh,
great?
so good. Yeah.
Yeah, but see, they brought them back. Awesome. A lot of people, a lot of colleges too, have gone in their history books and found their best uniform and brought them back. Like the Braves, I think, did a great job bringing back these uniforms they have now that they used to have back in the day.
The one with the little thing on the sleeve, whatever that is, I guess it's some nod to Native Americans or something. You know what I'm talking about? I always thought it looked like a corn stalk. I don't know what it is.
I don't know. I like the Braves with the tomahawk
on
the front of the jersey. That's a cool look. But when talking about colleges, the best college uniforms are the ones of the teams that have never changed. The classic Bama and classic Penn State. Everybody else, even Oklahoma, has done different helmets or different kind of things on the jerseys. Ohio State has done it.
USC hasn't. Texas hasn't.
Yeah, USC and Texas have, by and large, like Alabama and Penn State.
Great uniform.
This is our uniform. We're sticking with it.
Yep. Yeah, USC. I like the fact that the teams that keep it the same all the time. Now, Alabama did do some white helmets under Coach Bryant, and they did some white helmets early years when Perkins was there. But since the early 80s, they've not done anything different.
Yeah.
And so you just got to go with the classics. And I know it's the younger generation. We all want to, make things look good. But, man, Oregon, do they ever wear the same uniform 2 weeks in a row?
Never.
Yep. JD, thank you. I'm sorry, JD. Weren't the white helmets for Alabama originally for night games and the passing?
Originally, it was designed where they actually wore different color helmets for the receivers.
Right, and the NCAA said, no, we're not going to do that.
So he ended up having the white helmets, I believe, so it would stand out whoever they were playing.
So weird that Alabama was on the front end of a rule change like that.
Yeah.
When do you ever see that?
When do you ever see that happen? Hey, I was hoping this guy would call in soon. Just simply on the screen is Guy from the Sports Bra, which I'm sure he does not want tattooed on his body. I'm the guy from the Sports Bra. It's Steven who joins us next. Steven, how are you, man?
Doing well, guys. What's up?
Not much. Steven, we've tweeted out the video if you haven't seen it. Steven and two of his friends were out on the West Coast. We'll find out why. But you guys detoured just to go to the Sports Bra because of our show. Am I right about these details so far?
Yeah, you are completely right. I started listening to the show in the fall when I saw Ryan on Oxford Exxon, and then I just fell in love with you guys, started listening daily. And whenever Lance started just bashing the Sports Bra that one day, I was like, I got to go. I was in Cannon Beach, Northern Washington. It was only about 2 hours out of the way, so we stopped in. It was kind of a cool atmosphere. I knew you guys would have lost it, though, because they had one TV that was on a NCAA baseball game, and I was like, this just isn't it.
See, even they are admitting their business model doesn't work. They're showing men's baseball.
Exactly. The food was really good, though. It really was.
What'd you have?
I got the steak sandwich or this was like the steak sandwich, and then one of my other friends got a BLT, and we got like this appetizer of this fried cauliflower that was actually really good.
Hey, so
I was skeptical, but
what
was
the
really
typical clientele like?
They actually allow like minors till like 7 p.m., so there was one family in there, but the rest of it was like adults just like drinking beer during the day. We were there in that early afternoon.
So really it was just a normal sports bar is what it ended up being.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Well, that's sort of disappointing.
I might be there next week, Stephen.
I was hoping you were going to walk in and they would have like, only women's, which is the way it was billed to us. They would only have women's sports on the televisions.
All the main TVs did. Then they have like the huge wall where you can order some beer. The beers are really good. They're all local, which was kind of cool. Tried a couple different ones.
Well, Lance,
but yeah, it's on this cool atmosphere. I told the bartender, I was like, yeah, I listen to this podcast. A guy named Lance Taylor'll probably be out here next week, but listen to my video.
That's hilarious.
She's like the head bartender or whatever, so you'll probably run into her.
I'm assuming you did not buy any merchandise.
I didn't buy any merchandise. They had merchandise, but the hoodies are like $50-something bucks.
Wow!
And
even we don't ask $50 for a hoodie. We draw the line.
I know. I was gonna buy you guys some merch, but I was feeling if Lance goes, he's gonna have to get something. The merchandise is kind of expensive though, but it's a really cool atmosphere there. I was surprised.
Wow,
man, we appreciate the loyalty to the show. That's
right. I thought it was a fantastic tweet. It was hilarious.
So, what are you guys doing out there? Is it just a dude's trip?
Yeah, just a road trip. We just wanted to go out west. We're in Idaho now. I mean, I saw Ryan at DN yesterday. We were out on Mount Rainier, so I had no service. But we're out in Idaho now, so I had enough service to call in. We just road tripping for about 2 weeks. Going back to Oxford. We go to Ole Miss.
Hey, good for you guys, man. Enjoy that.
Steven said, and I want to clear up for what people might have heard at the start. You said the Oxford Exxon podcast. That's our buddy Neil McCready. It's one of the videos he does, and I'm on there frequently. So you're in school at Ole Miss. You saw that, and you guys are just out road trip. That's pretty cool, man. Do it while you can.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
For sure. It's a ton of fun.
Well, how much did you pay for your last gallon of gas? Are you guys driving a lot of places?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to drop about $600 each to get back to Oxford total for the whole trip.
Well, I hope you guys you're in Idaho now. Are you going to go through Montana?
We're going to get through the corner of Montana. We're not going to get too far into it. We got to go through Colorado, too. We've been out here for about 8 days, and we have a couple days left.
Okay, well, Montana's awesome if you get there.
Unless you bump into this guy.
Maybe you'll beat me to Montana then, Lance.
Maybe I will.
We got some other stuff to look
maybe
at.
I can hitch a ride back with you guys. Why don't you take your time? Slow play this a little bit.
All right.
Slow
You
play
send
it
me
to
a
Monday.
text and we'll pick you up.
I promise you I will take care of all the gas, every bit of it. So you guys slow play this.
What's
about $7 a gallon, so be careful.
That's fine. I'll even retro your gas
Trust
if
me.
you guys hold up.
I know how bad LT's hating this. He'll pay for the gas. What's your major at Ole Miss, Steven?
I studied criminal justice, homeland security.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, Homeland Security, my friend.
May need you one day.
Thank you. We need you on that wall,
That's
Steven.
right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We need you at the sports bar.
Yeah, hey, seriously, send me a DM
defending
and let me
democracy.
know where you guys are. I fly out 7:30 Monday morning.
All right, I'll send you a DM. Talk to you guys later.
All right,
Thank
be
you,
careful,
Steven.
Steven. Thank you. That's hilarious. Steven from Ole Miss.
Yep.
Hotty
out-
toddy.
Sports bra. And then now he's Idaho and then the corner of Montana on their drive back.
Well, that's good to know that the sports bra is no age, so Leighton can get in.
That is true. 17-year-old. Yeah. We've made it sound as if they grab your crotch at the door before they let you in just to check. I mean, I do think dudes are allowed.
This one's packing.
I'll take care
Sorry,
of them.
you stay outside. The rest of you come on in.
16 states right now with gas over, for just regular unleaded gas, over $5. Utah, Vermont expected to jump there this weekend, so it'll give us 18 states. And for the first time this go around, the national average for a gallon of gas has reached $5.
Ridiculous.
For gas. Is that the highest in our lifetime?
Probably.
Yeah, I remember we had a gas shortage back in the 80s at some point, but, obviously the numbers wouldn't have been close to
Yeah,
this.
I don't know if inflation adjusted, it was more expensive in the late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah, it might have been.
Inflation adjusted, but just actual number on the sign, yeah.
But again, back to the late 70s, I think, rates on houses were like 14%.
I mean, in case you wonder how they can offer Tiger Woods $800 million to come play in a golf tour, that's pretty much your answer right there.
By the way, on that, and then we'll do the Fear of the Fork, Rockstar. But on that, I saw this graphic last night on SportsCenter. Tell me if it's true.
Okay.
They said Tiger Woods had, in earnings on the PGA Tour, had made $121 million in winnings. Does that sound right?
That's about right, yeah.
And then they put the graphic up that Phil Mickelson is reportedly getting $120 million, basically Tiger's earnings in his career, to play in this live golf tournament or events.
Mm-hmm.
And DJ's getting $150 million. So basically, they said the greatest golfer of all time has earned $121 million in his career with all of his wins. We're going to pay you more than he's made in his career to join our tour.
That's accurate. Yes. Now they were offering him reportedly $800 million, so that's how they view Tiger. And he can't even hardly play right now, and they wanted to offer him $800 million.
Can't play. He probably doesn't want the pain in the ass of going over there. He's already had.
No, he's a billionaire.
The PR damage. Yeah, there's only 3 athletes that have ever become billionaires. I saw that today: LeBron, Jordan, and Tiger. He can't spend that money.
He can't. The real quick, the issue for the PGA Tour, a lot of people, because Bubba Watson was in one of the live videos. He has not announced he's going yet, but in one of their events, they showed Bubba, so he's going to be part of it. It appears. Here's the problem. The PGA, and I'll be real quick on this because it's a little golf geek here. But the PGA Tour launched a initiative last year to pay players in a player, they called it the PIP. Basically, it was an index showing how popular you are in society, right? Tweets, TV appearances, things like that. Let me give you your top 10, and you see if this is alarming for the PGA Tour. So these, in theory, are their 10 needle movers, all right? Tiger Woods, not even playing right now.
Not playing.
Phil Mickelson, where's he? He's number 2. Where's he playing?
He's in the live. Dustin Johnson's going to be high on this because of Paulina.
Rory McIlroy, Jordan Spieth, Bryson DeChambeau, where's he playing right now?
He's heading over next.
Justin Thomas, Dustin Johnson, where's he playing right now?
Live.
Brooks Koepka, rumored to be heading to the live.
That's 4.
John Rahm, Bubba Watson, number 10. That's half of them.
How's Bubba in the top 10?
I don't know.
Well, here's what gets interesting. You know, everybody thought this was going to be some kind of gimmick, and it still might be. But we've talked about it the last couple of days. I was watching SportsCenter. They've brought it up a million different times. So if you've got people this interested, will networks jump on board because of this Saudi connection?
Well, it depends. See, that's where what you see, though, is Bryson DeChambeau. It comes out he is going to play, so he lost all of his sponsorship yesterday, right?
He did.
And all, the PGA Tour events are television events that the networks make a ton of money off of because of the sponsorship, the title sponsors.
Well, this right,
but the big one could be the sponsor, right?
Well, they are the sponsor. The big one is that Bryson lost his Rocket Mortgage, and to your point, Rocket Mortgage sponsors a tour event. So basically, Rocket Mortgage had to say, "Are we going to invest in the player? Or are we going to invest in the tour? We can't really do both."
But unlike where we have deals where CBS carries the SEC, these golf events. Sponsors in the golf events pick the network. There's relationships with the network. So give me a sponsored event.
The Honda Classic.
The Honda Classic. And what network is that?
It's
NBC?
on NBC.
Okay, Honda Classic. They have chosen NBC, right?
Well,
and if NBC joins up with Live, you could see these events all say, we're not going to be on NBC. Honda doesn't want to be associated with this. We're going to take the Honda Classic to CBS.
Yeah, they've chosen their sponsorship of an event that airs on NBC. Yes, to your point, and that's what's driving this. But to my point, that is the player impact index that I just gave you, and it had a lot of things: Google searches, social media presence, things like that. Half those guys potentially aren't even going to be on the PGA Tour.
Yeah,
that's half their top 10.
But
that's alarming if I'm a PGA Tour
and
guy.
We'll stick with NBC. If I'm NBC and I can go basically commercial free with one title sponsor, and half of the marquee players are playing over there,
but
how would you do it?
How many events are there going to be?
I think there's 8 this first year, but they're going to expand. But it's never going to be the full, because that's one of the things they're selling to these players is you don't have to play the full tour schedule.
Right. But if I'm NBC, then that leaves me with how many open weekends, and if I'm getting no PGA events.
CBS is your better question because CBS basically shows the whole summer of the PGA Tour. So CBS would be the one that would have to say, can I do both?
Yeah.
Right.
And right now, they're not letting the players do both. I would assume they wouldn't let the TV networks do both.
We'll see.
You'd have to pick and choose. All right, from our old archives, can we get the helmet back up, the Arizona State helmet? I brought it up back when they went away from the Sun Devil on the helmets and they decided to fear the fork. I can't even remember what year this was, Brown. It seems like it was.
I'll tell you when it was.
I'm going to say 2010.
I would go 2012.
2012, somewhere around there. Arizona State did this whole campaign about fear of the fork when they were getting away from the Sun Devil on their logo to go with the fork. And this is not a rock star bit, though it sounds like one.
Maybe you think it's just a fork, a prop, a bigger version of the thing you use to eat pasta. But way back when, it was the stuff of gods. Poseidon used his to shake the earth. And around the world, it wasn't just a weapon, it was a symbol of power. Fast forward a few thousand years, nations rally behind it. And in the desert, a new pitchfork, born from sand and copper and hardened by the sun, became synonymous with the Sun Devils. 3 prongs, representing past, present, future. Of course, you can't carry around a pitchfork without poking somebody's eye out. So a few students started using a 3-fingered salute in its place. Now it's as much a part of Sun Devil lore as Jake the Snake or living in Manzi. Its shape may have evolved over the years, but its purpose stayed the same. That pitchfork, not something you want to mess with.
It's even worse.
Time
Worse with the video.
The
Behind
video
the
was
fork.
so over the top.
How are they not in top 5 recruiting every year showing that? I mean, you know the recruits get chills,
It
right?
gave me chills, and it's been 12 years.
You've seen it before.
Oh, God.
But how much does that sound like a rock star bit?
It really did. I mean, the guy even sounds a little bit like Rockstar.
Forged from copper and sand and burned in by the sun.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
A fork.
But
3
you can't
prongs.
carry a fork around, you'll poke someone's eye out. So
that
you
is
got to
true.
throw the
That's-
shocker up when we score a touchdown.
Good memories there. Thanks to you guys for remembering that from a decade ago on our show. All right, when we come back, Rockstar's viewing menu and a lot more, part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Odie's, where you got a great chance to enjoy wonderful weather today out on their patio.
Yeah, should be pretty good weather. I think chances of rain drop to like 20% tomorrow, so enjoy this great weather out on the patio with ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light Next. It's a Birmingham institution, great food, live music tonight, tomorrow night, and remember, every Wednesday night, team trivia. Next week, Ryan Brown will be back there because I'll be, who knows, maybe at the Sports Bra.
Or maybe you'll be back. Maybe you'll be back by
Maybe
then.
I'll be back. But stop in all weekend long. Go see Will Haver and that great staff, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Okay, Rockstar's viewing menu, and then Jamison Williams, who is not expected to be ready for Lions camp, but the Lions sent out a video yesterday of their behind-the-scenes war room reaction when they were hoping to get Jamison Williams in the draft. They had to, make a trade and had to wait and see if the Saints didn't draft Jamison Williams before they made that trade. Really interesting video when we come back on the next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your 4-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Redmont, and our Redmont look to what's happening today on television in sports. You can always get the TV calendar right there on the morning rounds as well at nextroundlive.com. That includes some NCAA Super Regional Baseball. Now, remember, these are best of 3 series. Auburn doesn't play until tomorrow night at Oregon State. In fact, tomorrow, SEC action, 10 a.m. on ESPN, Arkansas, North Carolina, 3 o'clock on ESPNU, Ole Miss and Southern Miss, and 9 o'clock on ESPN2, Auburn and Oregon State. Those 3 SEC teams play tomorrow. But a couple go today. Your first baseball game out of the gate, 11 a.m. at the top of the hour, ESPN2, Texas and East Carolina. Remember, East Carolina has played the most NCAA tournament baseball games to never have been to the College World Series. They're trying to end that this week. 2 o'clock on ESPN2, Oklahoma, Virginia Tech. Then the SEC teams start. 5 o'clock on ESPN2, Notre Dame and Tennessee. 7:30, ESPNU. It is Louisville and Texas A&M. By the way, in our stake bet, the field is minus 210. Tennessee is plus 150 as of last night to win the national championship. And the field is minus 210. That's pretty even odds, isn't it?
Well, I mean, still 2-1. I mean, you've got to lay 210 to win $100. So you still, the odds are in your favor
right now.
Right now.
Yeah.
Now, what's going to be interesting is if Tennessee takes care of business in Knoxville once they get to the field of 8 in Omaha, what those odds look like.
Probably a little bit more closer together, right? Because Tennessee looks to be dominant. So
this is tough for Jimmy Bama, too, because, well, I guess you hate Tennessee, too. Tennessee.
Well, no, I'm usually an all SEC guy, so I want to see one of these SEC teams do well. Auburn feels like they've got a good chance out at Oregon State when they start tomorrow night, 9 o'clock in their series on ESPN2. That's our look ahead to today's television action, brought to you by our friends at Redmont.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's Vodka Perfection, the official vodka of the World Games right here in Birmingham. Also the official vodka right here of the Next Round is Redmont Vodka, 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores, and also available in 20 states now. Pick up a bottle for this weekend. Dunaway will be back on the transfusions. Are you going back regular transfusion or the TNR?
Well, it depends on what's in the cupboard. But I've got the Redmont. So now I just got to, am I going to have cran grape and Diet Mountain Dew, or do I have real grape juice and a ginger ale? It's whatever we have. I'll make up a drink.
But you'll be back on it this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Look forward to that. Now we've got developing news happening where Houston, UCF, and the other school, Cincinnati, along with BYU, have announced their date to officially join the Big 12. And Brown has been following UAB and the current Conference USA teams that would then be joining the AAC. I noticed where Old Dominion just jumped out and said, boom, we're going.
Yeah, July 1, 2023 is the date that the AAC is losing those teams joining the Big 12. UAB immediately, when that story broke, released a statement saying, we've been a proud member of Conference USA. We look forward to going to the American. We continue to work towards that transition out of respect for both conferences. We will comment at an appropriate time. So UAB's like, we're going to have no comment whatsoever.
I said Old Dominion. I meant Charlotte, by the way, just announced instantly.
So do you ever tell somebody something and you think you've said, whatever you do, don't repeat this? Or, hey, whatever you do, don't tell Rockstar. Yeah. Or somebody says that and you're like, you weren't supposed to tell Rockstar. Well, you didn't tell me not to tell Rockstar. Somebody forgot to tell Charlotte. The reason Charlotte announced that, and I'm being told by someone that's involved in this, not at UAB, by the way, someone that's involved in this, that Charlotte jumped the gun, that the schools were going to announce simultaneously, and nobody told Charlotte, or Charlotte just said, screw y'all, we're doing it. So Charlotte has announced they're joining the AAC July 1, 2023. Brett McMurphy reports the other 5 schools, including UAB, will do it on that same date. Apparently, Charlotte jumped the gun and spilled the beans, so UAB has got one more year in Conference USA. July 1 of next year, they'll be an American team.
Could not come any fast enough, I should say, for UAB fans. I believe they're ready to go ahead and make that jump. You guys had Andy Kennedy on the show since I was here last. Andy's been very excited about the move to the American as well.
They should be. I mean, it probably helps Andy Kennedy more than it helps Bill Clark.
Yeah. So Charlotte jumps the gun. Everyone seems to be thinking that announcement from the Conference USA teams may come today officially as well.
It may. I think they were just going to do it simultaneously. Yeah. I think they were going to do it as a group, and Charlotte, for whatever reason, jumped out early. So July 1, 2023 is the day it appears UAB will become an American team. So one more lap around Conference USA for UAB.
Well, maybe they pushed Charlotte out and just to see if they got shot by Conference USA, if there's a lawsuit.
I don't know if this is Sam Kahn Jr. is reporting that Houston, Cincinnati, and UCF pay the ACC $18 million to get out. That's got to be 18 per school, right? Or is that 18 total?
I don't know. 18 per school is pretty heavy.
I guess that's 18 total, so that'd be $6 million per school. He doesn't say which one it is, but you'd have to think that's 16 per school, right? I mean, 6 per school for the 18 million.
Justin Williams says each of the 3 universities, Cincinnati, Houston, UCF, will pay an $18 million buyout over 14 years.
Wow, that is a long payment plan.
Yeah.
I mean, there are people that don't pay houses that long.
Yeah, so it'll be basically a little over $1 million a year to the AAC, which is nothing with the money they'll be getting from the Big 12.
It shouldn't be, yeah. Brett McMurphy clears it up. He says it's a $10 million exit fee plus an $8 million fee to leave early. So that's the 18. They were trying to get $45 million from the schools.
Yep, that didn't work.
So that did not work out, yeah.
But I don't know how you are if the Big 12 this year is giving out $42.6 million to each institution. If when I get there, say I get $35 million, that's more money than I'm ever used to getting in my American. I think I'd go ahead and pay off my debt, work out an arrangement. Hey, but if I pay off everything in one lump sum, can I get that down to $15 million and go ahead and get out the door?
I mean, that's a heck of a payment plan. In theory, they will stroke their last check to the American in 2036. Think about that.
Oof.
That is a long time to be stroking checks every year to the American, isn't it?
So that's the developing news on the landscape there. Part of our show being brought to you by New Life Art as well. They bring you Rockstar's viewing menu every day on the show.
Yeah, our friends at New Life Art bring you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call for more information, 1-800-735-2787. And also remember, they've got the NIL agreement with Bryce Young to autograph a limited number of Daniel Moore's latest creation, Crimson Connection, celebrating the 2021 SEC Championship and Heisman Trophy, available as a fine art print and canvas edition. They're going fast, so don't miss out. Order yours today, danielmooreart.com, or call 800-735-2787.
The man is not liked by a lot of people, but he sure does work. Netflix is a new movie tonight, Hustle. A washed-up basketball coach discovers a phenomenal street ball player while in Spain and sees the prospect at his opportunity to get back into the NBA. Starring Adam Sandler.
It's already number 1 on Netflix.
Everything he does on Netflix will go number 1.
But I've never seen one of his Netflix movies. Have you guys?
I don't think so, no.
I have not, but I heard we didn't discuss this on the show yesterday, the Adam Sandler NBA movie. God, I've heard of it. I guess I was listening to something, or maybe I saw it on SportsCenter or something, but they were discussing this Adam Sandler movie, and they were discussing about how bad it is.
What?
It's got an R rating, how bad it is, and then at the best part of the movie is the credits, because there's there's so many cameos in it from current NBA players that you miss some of them, and that seeing the cameo appearances of players playing themselves is the best part of the movie at the end.
Well, I mean, if I got to wait to the credits for the best part of the movie, I have wasted
got a star
night.
Cast. You got Jaleel White. You remember him as Steve
Urkel. Yeah.
Robert Duvall, Ben Foster, and the Equalizer, Queen Latifah.
Yeah, they seem to, again, the review I saw or heard wherever I saw this or dreamed it, they actually it's in Philadelphia, and in one scene, this is very Adam Sandler cheesy, the prospect he has found, the diamond in the rough, runs to the top of the stairs to the Rocky theme while that's going on.
And then on FX, it starts next week, but there's a new show coming out called The Old Man. Has anybody seen the preview of this?
Nope.
A former CIA officer who's living off the grid finds himself on the run from people who want to kill him. It stars Jeff Bridges and John Lithgow, who has disappeared. He's finally back in acting. I think he went to.
Wow.
So it's supposed to. That looks interesting. It's on FX. Starts next
two
week.
great actors.
Yeah. Have you guys seen this story on this Marilyn Monroe movie that's coming to Netflix, and it got an NC-17 rating because it's so steamy?
Yeah.
And apparently they don't give those out a lot. The NC-17. Apparently it's like if you're in the actual on the theaters, it's a death to a movie. Like I mean, you're dead if you get an NC-17.
You either want to go X or R, right? You don't want NC-17 stuck in the middle.
Apparently that's the one you don't want, and it's on Netflix. So, I mean, I guess that's up to the parents to police that to their kids that are under 17. But it is. I don't know the girl's name that's in it, but apparently Ana de Armas. Lance, do you know her?
Nope. But I was going to ask you who started Marilyn Monroe.
Ana de Armas does, and apparently she's an up-and-coming actress.
Who is JFK?
I don't know.
Going off.
Who's Joe DiMaggio?
What?
Lunsford's going off. She was in the last Bond movie.
Oh yeah, she was a Bond girl. Yeah,
I haven't seen the last Bond movie.
Yeah.
Matt writes in the chat room, the Sandler movie has 91% on Rotten Tomatoes, he says. Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah.
Those Rotten Tomatoes, 91%.
The old man's got 88%.
Yeah. I want to
I'm going to choose The Old Man. I might watch a little bit of that tonight.
Everyone is now chiming in on the 91% Rotten Tomatoes score for Hustle, so we may give that a shot. The person I heard review it trashed it, so we'll see. One other note from movies. Julia Garner, you know her as?
Ruth.
Ruth
Langmore.
She has been offered the part to play Madonna.
I think it's a perfect role for her.
Yeah, I agree.
In the Universal biopic.
And she can actually sing, so...
I didn't know she could sing. You know, I knew there were a lot of different people, and Madonna's really involved in this process.
That's right. She's going to be a co-director.
Yeah. So there were a lot of different things they had to do in the audition. So she must have really impressed. I'm not surprised though.
So she gets that part according to Variety. It was a Variety exclusive today, and Vol Fan 205 says, "I'm pumped about Peaky Blinders returning today."
You know, it's amazing I couldn't get into that.
I punched out.
Tried so hard.
There's a plot twist, a major plot twist with the main actor. What's that guy's name? He was in Inception.
Cillian Murphy.
Yeah, Cillian Murphy. And I don't even know how it turned out. I just saw the plot twist. It was the end of a season. I'm like, yeah, I'm out. I just don't want to follow it.
How many seasons?
I think I made it through 3. I think it's the end of season 3. I'd have to go back and look.
John Cho, do y'all know him? John Cho has a movie coming out. It's if you're a dad with a daughter, it'll make you get the tissues out. It's called Don't Make Me Go. The trailer looks like he has a inoperable cancer, and she doesn't know it, and goes on a a drive across America.
Why did you bring this up?
One last summer. You got to see the trailer.
Have you been to the doctor lately?
I will tell you, man. I've told you guys I was having chest pains the last couple of days.
It's 12 o'clock hour. I'm dreading all of a sudden.
So you can see that trailer, the John Cho movie, today in our morning rounds. It's the last story there, nextroundlive.com. Just the trailer had me tearing up.
Oh, gosh.
It was 1 minute and 49 seconds.
How's the daughter?
The daughter's high school, getting ready to go to college.
Oh, well, don't do that. Not away. No, she's not.
And he works on a digital platform show.
He refuses to.
He seems like a dick, but he sends nice messages every now and then.
I don't know. In the trailer, he was all worried about the lock.
Are you making this up?
No, it's 100% true. I'll show you the previews. It looked pretty good. Looked pretty good, to be honest with you. It had me teared up before you guys arrived at work today.
And shocker, Lunsford said Jurassic Park Dominion is not that good.
Really?
Wow, for Lunsford.
No, it's shocker that he went on Thursday midnight. Probably.
It was like a 4 p.m. show.
I mean, so wait a minute. The movie that has Chris Pratt promising a dinosaur, he'll return that dinosaur's child dinosaur, is not a good movie.
Via motorcycle, by the way.
Yeah, that's not a good movie? That didn't work?
Apparently. I'm not taking his word for it. I got to see the couple
Will you just tell us this without spoiling anything? So all of the original characters are involved.
The dinosaurs?
No. Well, yeah, some of those. And then all of the, what is it, Lost Kingdom? New Kingdom?
Jurassic World. Come on, Lance.
Do any of the main characters get eaten? No. Well, that kills it, too.
Yeah.
All right, so that's what Rockstar is watching, brought to you by our friends at New Life. Still to come on the show, Bruce Feldman at the top of the hour. We'll talk to Bruce about this developing story on the moving landscape of the American teams to the Big 12 and UAB and the Conference USA teams moving to the American Conference as early as July of next year, so the last year for UAB in Conference USA. When we come back, that video about Jamison Williams getting picked with the Lions, that and a lot more of the show being brought to you by our friends at Bud Light Next. You see the can right there. Brewed for what's next. 0 carbs, 80 calories. Look for it wherever you buy beer.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Game 4 tonight, Warriors and Celtics. Celtics up 2-1. Steph Curry says yesterday, adamant about it, in fact, that he is going to play off of it all day yesterday. He is getting treatment all day today. Too big of a game not to play. He says we'll see how effective he is. That is part of our Precision Sports Injury Update going into Game 4 of the NBA Finals tonight, brought to you by our friends at Precision.
Hey, from pediatrics to geriatrics, injuries starting to pile up on the field and in the yard. Affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make the appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Our friends at Precision can't get Jamison Williams back into Lions camp on time. This news comes out yesterday that the Lions are not expecting the Alabama wide receiver to be ready for camp, but it's fair to say they were not expecting him to be ready for camp, correct?
I think that was the reports for everyone involved, and I think that's one of the reasons that some people maybe took a pass on him because they wanted him ready week 1, which I don't get. If you believe Jamison Williams is going to have possibly a Pro Bowl career, if he was going to perform at the level he performed last year at Alabama, you can wait till October or November to get this guy.
All right, so you have the opportunity here to look behind the scenes. The GM is Brad Holmes. He'll be the main character talking here. This is from the Detroit Lions. They sent it out yesterday on just how excited, and the timing of this was when they sort of leaked out Jamison won't be ready for camp. They wanted to remind Lions fans how excited they were to get Jamison Williams on this Lions roster. They're worried about the Saints picking Jamison Williams before they get a chance to draft him 12th overall, and they got to make a trade with the Vikings. So Brad Holmes is the guy on the phone trying to make the trade with the Vikings, but they got to wait and see what's going on draft night with the Saints first. Here's how it went down.
You still on? Yeah, I'm good. If the guys are good. Who's saying he's good?
When Kwesi said he was still good, I was basically like, well, I'm not good because we still got some teams in front of us and our guy's still up there, so don't know what's going to happen. And then sure enough, then New Orleans
trades up to 11 in front of us.
Watch how nervous they get here.
New Orleans is on the clock.
When they traded up, you didn't know which way they were going to go. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. But I did think that just maybe they're in a position where they need a guy right now. Maybe they feel like they can wait on Jameson to get ready. And so then when they got Olave, then it was a damn good feeling.
Look at that excitement.
Hey, we're all good now? All right, let's do it. Hey, man, I really appreciate it, man. Putting me in this one, man. Appreciate you. Hold
it. How exciting were they? And
that's pretty awesome. That's a former guy that was under Les Snead with the Rams, Brad Holmes. And what's going to be fascinating is this was a receivers draft, at least in the first round. And the first 4 guys, I'm a big Drake London guy, but he's totally different than Jameson Williams. And then right before you had Garrett Wilson and Olave go back to back. Of these 4, who's going to be that guy that's going to be sensational? Because you've got a feeling that one of these guys will be a bust, a couple will be pretty good, and one will be great.
I agree with that breakout of that, and you just wonder. You can't judge him the first year because Jameson, you don't know when he'll get into action, whether he's ready week 1 or not ready for camp. I guess I knew trades had to happen on the fly like that. I'd already called up the Vikings and worked out the groundwork. If my guy's there, I'll call you back and see if you still want to do it. And it's just amazing. You're on that clock. It's all moving quick. And to have to wait and get that done, I can see where the energy in that war room seems very different than when I'm watching the draft, eating chips and drinking beer.
But think about how many times we have just on the fly done a snake draft on this show of coaches or players or teams. And we've done it on this show. And you're like, hey, listen, I know I'm going to get this team. And right before you, Lance or me or you or whatever says, I'll take Tennessee. And you're like, God, I thought I had Tennessee. That's...
Well, when we do that big money draft I told you guys about, that I think you guys participated in one of them one year, where there's 8 of us and we get 4 NFL teams, we get 10 college teams.
Yes.
And it seems like every year 4 or 5 teams, the pick before me, it gets stolen.
Yeah.
And then it completely throws you off. I would assume that they would have gone Olave if Williams wasn't available.
Oh, probably so. Now, imagine that feeling when your livelihood depends on it.
Yes.
We do it for bragging rights on this show, or maybe a steak, or maybe a trip to Destin.
Yeah.
Imagine your livelihood depending on it.
The GM was really excited. The coach was jumping up and down because he needs W's, and he needs it pretty quick. Bruce Feldman at the top of the hour. More in this segment after Brownie tells you about the great deal right now with our friends at Wayne's. I can tell you that is absolutely the best deal Wayne's has ever offered you through us here at the Next Round.
And it's for a limited time only. It is their Smart Pest service. Let me explain how this works. In your attic, your crawl space, whatever, you get rodents. What do you do about it? Don't get them to begin with. That's what Smart Pest does. Smart Pest it's a pest control service, basically. It's 24/7 rodent monitoring. As soon as it spots a rodent, it proactively communicates to Wayne's. Wayne's comes out, exterminates, takes care of it. They do all the work, if you notice in that, right? And we're going to help you save $100 off your initial Smart Pest service. It's a limited time, though. 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES. And the number 1, use the code TNR for the next round. TNR for the next round. And save $100 off your initial Smart Pest service when you call 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1.
We'll talk a little baseball after we talk to Bruce Feldman coming up at the top of the hour. We did talk to Moose Johnston earlier. It's podcasted at nextroundlive.com. Drew Brees officially out at NBC, who had Jason Garrett as the first guy promoted from the USFL. He's been part of the NBC USA Network broadcast. He's done a pretty good job on the broadcast. I sort of have liked him as an analyst. According to the New York Post, it looks like Jason Garrett will replace Drew Brees in his slot at NBC and will be the analyst for Notre Dame games.
Never saw that coming.
And also do some studio work for the Sunday Night Football crew.
Yeah, I mean, the first time I saw him on that very first, I didn't even know he was part of it, that very first broadcast to the USFL, I'm like, he's surprisingly good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time I've ever seen the guy on TV. He was surprisingly good.
And when you watch him do the games, he is better than you thought he would be.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe better at that than being a head coach.
Yeah, so there, yes, maybe so. There from the USFL goes Jason Garrett when the season is done. He'll be with NBC and start off with their Notre Dame broadcast. Not official yet, but that's what the New York Post is reporting. All right, college baseball starting at the top of the hour with the Super Regionals, Texas and East Carolina. Auburn's out in Corvallis. They play tomorrow night, game one of their best-of-3 series. The winners go to the College World Series. When we come back, more college football, including the developing news with the UAB Blazers with our friend Bruce Feldman. Stay with us.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster. Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Here at Mountain Dew, we'd like to remind you, life doesn't always have to be so serious. You gotta know what's important and what's not important. Here's a checklist. Not forgetting your mom's birthday? Important. Knowing how to tie a tie? Not important. Standing up for your friends? Important. Keeping a diary? Not important. Rooting for your team even when they're down? Important. Always keeping some Mountain Dew in the fridge? Important. Sharing it with friends? Important. Trying all the different bold flavors of Mountain Dew? Important. Like Mountain Dew Spark? Important. Mountain Dew Major Melon? Important. Mountain Dew Code Red? Important. Mountain Dew Voltage? Important. Mountain Dew Livewire? Important. Doing it all in 20 minutes? Not important. Enjoying the fact that Mountain Dew lets you experience the awesome kick of dew in so many ways? Important. Okay, maybe not as important as knowing your mom's birthday, but important. That's our checklist. Memorize it because there's gonna be a test, but passing that test, not important. Really, it's not. Experience the boldest flavors on earth. Do the Dew.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
It's official now. Texas San Antonio joined Charlotte to announce that they are leaving Conference USA and becoming a member of the AAC on July 1st of 2023. As Brett McMurphy tweets moments ago, he's waiting on Florida Atlantic, North Texas Rice, and here in town UAB to make their announcement official. More on that in a second. All that comes as a word of BYU, UCF, Cincinnati, and Houston officially joining the Big 12 happens on July 1st of 2023 as well, as all the moves that were expected to happen are going to happen now in July of 2023. We'll wait and see about Texas and Oklahoma when they enter the Southeastern Conference. This hour of the show always brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. If you're looking for a great lunch right now, Highway 119 in Alabaster. If you're driving down to the Gulf or on your way back or working in the area, Sterling and his crew has the best lunch and dinner available for you. You can get it to go. You can eat in that beautiful restaurant there. Great Southern fried chicken, Mississippi Delta recipe tamale, and a lot more. See the whole menu at champyschicken.com.
All right, Bruce Feldman joins us from The Athletic and Fox Sports. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, Bruce. Hope you're doing well today.
Good morning, guys. Great to be on with you.
Yeah, it's always good to have you. There's a lot of prongs, and obviously one of them local with UAB to these announcements that are happening today. One thing that jumped out at me is I don't know what the AAC teams going to the Big 12 were paying their attorneys, but to get those payments spread out over 14 years at a reduced number, that was pretty good lawyering by those guys or girls.
Yeah. I mean, it's get it while you can get it, I guess, if you're the AAC at that point. It's such a crazy game of musical chairs that we're seeing now, as you guys have said, or Jim said a bit ago. Like, this was, a lot of this had been, reported, and now it's just finalized on some of the, announcements that are now happening and what we expect to happen. But I don't know. It's exciting to think we're not that far away from college football. To me, that's my biggest takeaway from a Friday kind of announcement thing is, hey, the games aren't that far off, actually.
Well, if these teams are going to jump in 2023, the reports are Oklahoma and Texas are waiting to go to the SEC until 2025. Why would they not transition earlier and make the move at the same time?
Yeah, I think it's probably bigger dollars. I mean, as Ryan was saying about what you're negotiating an exit fee, I think a lot of that gets messier when you're talking about just, let's be real. I mean, if you're the Big 12, your biggest ratings draws by far were Texas and OU. So to walk away from what they're leaving on the table as those deals, I think those are some interesting dynamics to get set up and see what the negotiations on that would be.
Bruce Feldman is with us. He writes for The Athletic, and he's been a friend of ours for a long, long time. We'll talk to him about a variety of things, but last week in our top reads, we sent out a story of you coaching your son in flag football, and I just thought it was a fascinating read because sometimes I sit in these news conferences, and I don't know what the hell the coaches are talking about, and they used to run me out of practices back when I was one-man band, Bruce, because my viewing period would be over with 15 minutes, and I would always tell guys like Tommy Tuberville, Coach, I promise you I could sit here for 2 hours and watch your practice and not know what you're doing on the football field. But you absorbed some of this stuff over the years, apparently. When you started to coach, you had some of this come back to you.
Well, I wouldn't go too far on that. I think what I absorbed was a lot of the mantras that coaches say, not just college college football coaches, but just coaches that, you've seen at podiums and just heard over the years. And some of the things that kind of resonated with me, and I'll be honest, like a lot of it is conversations I've had with coaches maybe offline about asking why they did something a certain way more than the X and O's. Now, when it came to the X and O's, there was a couple of things that at least I've been around coaches enough to be, okay, I could see why this works. And then it was just a curiosity. I mean, I think when, and I appreciate the kind words about the story. It's for those of you guys who know me, I usually almost never write anything personal. And this was a very personal story. And, I was a reluctant coach to get into the NFL flag league here and everything. And it's 5-on-5. My kid's a second grader and he loves football. And as we looked at the team, I was like, oof, I felt like we had the Bad News Bears here. It's just when the first practice was rough. And one of the things I looked at was like, okay, what are some things that I've noticed that are kind of curveball, kind of plays or schemes that give people problems. And one of the things I looked at was like, well, Wake Forest gives people problems with that slow mesh. I wonder how that would work with little kids. And I tried it, and I had, my son and I sat there and watched a lot of stuff. He's very fascinated by a lot of X and O stuff. We sat there and watched it, and it turned out to be a really good little, wrinkle we added. And it was fun. I mean, we had really good kids who listened to everything and did the best they could, and we had really good parents who were very positive and supportive. And it was just an awesome experience for me. I was so hesitant to do it, and then just for especially me and my son, but even the new friends he made through this and the bond we developed with the other people. And so what I found was, when the story went up, and as you guys know, it's not a short story, but at the same time, I was like so blown away by how people responded, because I think it resonated to them, whether your kid plays, in a youth football league, or whether he plays soccer, whether she plays baseball or whatever, or basketball, whatever the sports are, it just resonated.
Well, Bruce Feldman is with us, the Athletic and Fox Sports. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. My buddy Andy Thrower and I coached our two daughters, and I think my daughter was 5 or 6 at the time. Bruce, my oldest daughter, and we coached them in an indoor soccer league in our church's gym. And it was 8 girls and boys. It was co-ed, 8 girls and boys. And we had come up with this detailed plan on how each of them got the exact amount of playing time, right? The exact same playing time. And maybe 5 minutes into the game, we're just trying to find 4 that aren't crying or going to the bathroom. And, I mean, you can plan on this stuff all you want, but ultimately they're still second graders, Bruce. And the fact that you try to go with the slow mesh offense seems bold.
Yeah, and it went further than that. Like, after we watched, I'm sitting there thinking, and my kid's trying to talk me into letting him run a post-snap read on an RPO. And he's like, I can read that, kid. I was like, we can't even get you to use the fork at the dinner table. You're telling me you're going to do this? And then, to these kids' credit, and we had another boy on the team, so we ran this play, 92. It's a Mike Leach staple for the air raid. It's basically a crossing route. And part of what just knowing a lot of air raid guys, it was part of one of the things they do, and is the 2 guys running the crossing routes will slap hands. They're so close together. And we would actually film the game so we could watch back and see whatever we pick up. Plus, it's neat to have the highlights. I know it sounds way over the top. And it is.
So over the top.
But there was stuff that happens, in real time that I'm not noticing. And after the film went up, I was like, oh man, Dane actually did that. He did it exactly as it was coached. And, on one hand, it was awesome to see these kids are doing. On the other hand, this is our center. He's one of our second graders. We had first and second graders and a kindergartner. But this kid, at one point, we scored a touchdown, and he goes over to the ref and goes, I don't know if that should have been a touchdown, because he was flag guarding, basically saying one of our players stiff-armed somebody. And I was like, he doesn't need any more help from me. What did we tell you guys? I didn't think don't talk to the refs meant don't out us.
Yeah.
So, they're little kids, and it's just, it's funny, because one of the parents after the season said to me, she goes, when I texted my husband, I was like, what did you get us into? These guys are going to be terrible. They're not even going to win a game. And I was like, thanks, and I was like, you should have seen the practice before your son showed up. They were even worse. You know, so it feels a little bit of a comedy of errors. Everybody has their own Bad News Bears experience, and there's, you know, a lot of it is silly and funny, but it's like, it's one of those things that connects us. Like, I feel your story about the youth soccer, you know, when, you know, it's 8-kid co-ed and it's, you know, hard to keep kids to pay attention. I was on the field. I have no idea some of the stuff that my assistant coach was dealing with for the 3 kids who were not in the game, where they're spilling water on each other, or, you know, God knows what else is going on.
Well, but think about it, Bruce. That's where we first learned about NIL and collectives, because I can remember even back when I was playing as a kid, if we won, we went to Dairy Queen. We got paid in ice cream. So
Suicides.
I mean, we that's where the NIL started. You need a collective next year for your NFL flag football league out there. It'd be great.
Not a bad idea, Jim. Let me think that over. What might work?
Yeah, Saban will tell you it's hard to battle back after winning the championship. It'll be hard to make those kids hungry this year.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things the NFL league here does is, no matter win or lose, every kid gets a Krispy Kreme donut. So I don't know if that incentivizes extra for, you know, I don't know what I do to top that for the kids who do what is asked.
Bruce, speaking of new offenses, I don't think we've ever seen a team coming off of 4-8 get the hype that USC is getting right now with Lincoln Riley. And look, he's starting to build this roster. But for USC fans, do you think it's Pac-12 championship or bust?
I do, because Lincoln Riley didn't jump into the SEC. I mean, it is a really mediocre conference that his team is, and they were awful last year. That team was terrible. It was in disarray. He had a bunch of transfers, not just Caleb Williams and you know, Travis Dye, and some really good players. They're still really bad on defense, I think. And so, you know, I think realistically, you know, they go 9-3. That's a good season. That's a big improvement. But I think for a lot of people, the hype train is so out of control. You know, you have people, even, you know, some people I work with who are like, yeah, they're a playoff contender. And I think they look at it because the Pac-12 is so mediocre and the schedule is pretty underwhelming. But I don't know if those same people realize just how bad USC was, right? I mean, I can say this because I was around them for a couple of days when we had them against UCLA, and they got embarrassed. UCLA is pretty good, but UCLA is not Ohio State, you know, and it's like, I think people out here see Caleb Williams and they remember, you know, he's a 5-star and there's all this great stuff. You know, Baylor and Dave Aranda's team really made them look very underwhelming and lost, you know, and so I think it's good that USC is relevant nationally. I would pump the brakes on anyone who's going to try to tell you they should be a top 5 team, because if they do, I don't think they've been around USC in a long time.
Before you go, Bruce, and we brought this up yesterday when we talked about Lincoln Riley's comments about his roster vis-a-vis the rest of the teams in the playoffs, and that won't be the case at USC. I mean, that was a direct shot at Oklahoma. I asked the question, among Oklahoma fans right now, who do you think is less popular, Steve Sarkisian or Lincoln Riley?
Oh, it's a no-brainer. They love Sark compared to Lincoln Riley. I mean, Sark hadn't even been in Austin long enough for them to really, you know, get a frame of reference. Lincoln, right or wrong, fair or unfair, Lincoln left them. You know, if Lincoln left to go be the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys or the Chicago Bears, I think they'd be fine with that. The idea that you left OU, you're not even, you know, it's not like he's from L.A. Like, remember how kicked off Tennessee fans got at Lane Kiffin? Lane Kiffin was there for 1 year. He didn't do half the stuff Lincoln Riley did in terms of getting them as a playoff team. He got them excited, but he left, and Lane Kiffin used to work there. Lincoln had no connection out here. So, and I'm not saying he made a mistake or not, but I think for OU fans, they were apoplectic how it played out. I think they did not buy that it happened, you know, in the hours right out. All of a sudden, it was like, wait, you're going there? You know, so that wound is not going to heal up anytime soon. I think as long as Lincoln is the head coach at USC, there is going to be a lot of venom for him from the OU fans. Now, I think it would help them if Brent Venables goes on and wins and maybe wins a national title, certainly. But I think that's, it's personal to them. And it's just, I think, you get people to buy in, and he did. And I think that's one of the interesting aspects of college football.
I mean, to your point, guys, Mike DeBose set back Alabama football probably a good decade, and Dennis Franchione is still more hated than Mike DeBose. I mean, really, when you look at it, Alabama fans should hate Mike DeBose more than they hate Dennis Franchione. But Franchione is Let's
be honest, guys. They should just kind of like shrug their shoulders at all those guys, because if those guys didn't screw up in one way or another, you don't get Saban.
Well, that's a good
and
point.
They weren't going to do anything close to what Saban got you. So,
whoa, you don't think Mike DeBose could have done what Nick Saban did? Come on, Bruce.
No, it's crazy, because some of those guys had some positive moments on the field. Certainly DeBose, wasn't all terrible, but it was like compared to like what it led to them to get Saban. If I'm an Alabama fan, I'm glad with all of the little ugly twists and turns that it took them to say, all right, what's it going to take? Because if they had more success or if things went better, I don't think there's the level of desperation and whatever else it is to set up and say, hey, we're going to do everything we can that this guy thinks it takes to do what his vision is. And I think that stuff kind of matters.
Bruce Feldman, you can go read the article he's talking about where he coached his son's flag football team. It's very good. You can read it at The Athletic. Read all of Bruce's stuff there. Our buddy Aaron Suttle's there as well. And Fox Sports is where you'll see Bruce. We appreciate the time as always, Bruce. Have a great weekend.
Always a pleasure, guys. You have a great weekend, too.
All right, buddy. Take care. Bruce, also a New York Times bestseller. Johnston, RVCenter.com. It's where you found him.
And the show's being brought to you in part by our friends at Gutter Cap. Chance we see C. Stu up here in just a little bit. Hadn't seen C. Stu since we celebrated your birthday. Gutter Cap, though, you can see C. Stu by calling them up.
Yeah, very simple. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping out that debris. He's got a 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. And right now, 45% off the retail price for all of our viewers and listeners. Call C-Stu today, 205-823-2212. That's 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it. Right before that pitch, Dunaway, I was about to offer you Texas, and I was going to take East Carolina.
Yeah, no. I would have probably taken East Carolina. I would have fought you on that.
I was watching this lefty for East Carolina is filthy, and he just put one over the plate there, and Texas up 2-0. But that looks like a really good atmosphere in Greenville for this Super Regional.
They're trying to get to the College World Series for the first time ever, and they got their two stud pitchers. And that's their best pitcher on the hill right there, trying to win Game 1, down 2-0 in the first of the Super Regional games in the top of the first. If you are wondering what we're talking about, Greenville Super Regional, Texas 2, East Carolina 0, top of the first right there. Speaking of baseball, Braves win 8 straight now, 3-1 over Pittsburgh, 6:20 tonight on Bally's for that. But Tony La Russa yesterday did one of the most mind-boggling things ever. Forrester is a White Sox fan, and I asked him this morning when he came in, are you guys going to test and see if Tony La Russa has lost his mind? I mean, Joe Madden has been fired after a 14-game losing streak. This guy should be fired for what he did yesterday, and he defends it. If you were not paying attention, who was the Dodger that was at the plate?
Corey Seager.
Corey Seager's at the plate. He's a left-handed batter.
No, it wasn't Corey Seager. What am I saying? It wasn't Corey Seager.
Trey Turner.
Yeah,
Trey Turner. Trey Turner, left-handed batter at the plate.
That's got behind me.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's 2 strikes, and Freddie Freeman's at first base. Then a ball that bounces away from a catcher that's in the dirt. Count goes to 1-2. Freeman moves to second. It opens up first base. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Who's batting behind Trey Turner?
Max Muncy.
Max Muncy. Okay, but it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. And La Russa calls for the intentional walk at that point.
How many outs?
2 outs. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and calls for the intentional walk to not pitch to Trey Turner to get to what he called a better matchup. Walks him, and Muncy jacks it over the wall, hits a home run.
Of course he does.
But here's the thing, though. Before you set this up, I was telling Forster, I haven't heard La Russa speak in a while.
Uh-huh.
And he sounds out of sorts, too.
Here's Tony La Russa trying to explain why he walked a guy, 1 ball, 2 strikes, after getting 2 strikes on him before the pass ball that sent the guy to second base. And then he is befuddled that you guys are even questioning my coaching here because it's the right thing to do. He still believes it's the right thing to do. Here's Tony La Russa.
You explained the thought process on the intentional walk with
Turner?
Turner. At 1-2 on the count.
So let me ask you a question. Is there some question about whether that was a good move or not?
I guess at 1-2 is the question at the count.
Do you know what he hits against left-hand pitching with 1-0-1 or 2 strikes? Do you know what he hits? Well, do you know what Muncy hits with 2 strikes against a left-hand pitcher? I mean, is that really a question?
Yeah.
Because it was 1 and 2? Turner was a strike left against a left-hander is not something you can avoid if you can. And we had an open base, and Muncy happened to be the guy behind him, and that's a better matchup.
Apparently not.
Here again, somebody disagrees. That's the beauty of this game. Welcome to it. But that wasn't a tough call.
Was there a reason for waiting until 1-2 though? Not right away? Was there a reason to not do it right away and wait till 1-2?
Well, that's when the pitch got away.
When the base opened up is what he is saying there. So Muncy hits the home run.
3-run shot, by the way, a 2-run win by the Dodgers.
So it was the difference in the game. Here's Max Muncy, who was livid that they walked a guy with 2 strikes to get to him, so much so that when he rounds third base, he stares down La Russa in the White Sox dugout, and Muncy mouthing to his teammates F-bomb after F-bomb about them walking to get to me. Here's Muncy, courtesy of Spectrum Sportsnet LA.
It is a 1-2 count. Trey Turner's at the plate. They intentionally walk him, bring you up there. What was going through your head in that moment?
I wanted to make them pay. I'll just leave it at that.
And you did just that.
Yeah. He didn't want to cuss on television, but you watch the replays that we can't show you, but you watch the replays, and he's wanted to stick it in their face, man.
I will promise you that La Russa didn't notice that he was staring at him.
Yeah.
Who's that guy running third?
Tony La Russa, I mean, first ballot Hall of Famer.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, he's won multiple championships, but I think he's losing it.
Yeah. Jerry Reinsdorf, the owner, Forrester, is older than him, right? Like, isn't La Russa a youngster to Reinsdorf?
No, I think
Scott
Reinsdorf
says 77. La Russa's 77.
Yeah,
Scott?
and I think Reinsdorf's right at 80.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bad look yesterday for the White Sox. By the way, big win for the Angels. Ohtani was fantastic. I didn't know this until I read it in the story. The Ohtani pitched 7 innings, gave up only a run, and then hit a home run as they ended up breaking a 14-game losing streak, which is the longest in Major League Baseball history with a reigning MVP on your roster.
Good grief.
Ohtani, the reigning MVP, Trout before that, right? So you got a couple of MVPs on the roster. They lost 14 straight. That's the Major League Baseball record, the history of baseball, for a losing streak with a reigning MVP on your roster, breaking 13 games from 1985. Have you seen this?
I have not.
1985's Cubs. Who was the reigning MVP?
Andre Dawson.
It was not.
Ryan Sandberg?
It was Ryan Sandberg.
Yeah.
Because I remember when Andre Dawson won the MVP and they were in dead last.
Yeah, the Hawk. I mean, that's a heck of an accomplishment.
Sandberg was the reigning MVP from the 84 season. They lost 13 straight. And Harry Carey probably didn't know they lost 13 straight.
Well, you know, after losing 14 straight, the lock yesterday was the Angels. I felt you never go against one of those streaks. I just had a feeling that Ohtani was going to pitch well, and he was a one-man wrecking crew. I mean, that's a banged-up team right now going in the wrong direction.
Yeah, but they got the win yesterday. All right, so a lot of streaks there. The Braves have won 8 straight. Bryce Harper's homered in 5 of 6 games. The Phillies have won 7 straight. And now the 14-game losing streak has been broken by the Angels, and we're underway in college baseball with Texas up on East Carolina 2-0. Auburn plays 9 o'clock tomorrow night in Corvallis against Oregon State. When we come back, we'll get to trash on the table. Right now, though, we have a Cowan Equipment poll question out in the field. Before Brownie tells you about that, tell us about Cowan.
Yeah, our friends at Cowan Equipment, they've been with us since day one here on the next round. If you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Have you ever encountered a witch? 70% say no, 30% say yes. So 30% of our audience has encountered a witch somehow.
The responses have been great. Goes to
fantastic.
Birmingham, says, I married 2 of them, dated plenty more.
Yeah, we've had a few of variations of that. Some mother-in-law jokes.
Yeah, one says, I was married to one for 8 years.
I just said on the show that I think Dennis Franchioni's less popular than Mike DeBose. Iceland Stan says, I don't think that's true. Do a poll. So we did a poll very early for Iceland Stan. Which former Alabama coach is liked less among Bama fans? Dennis Franchioni, 83%. Mike DeBose, 17%.
Will not be close.
I agree. I think Iceland Stan is off on that one.
All right, we are back in a moment right here on TNR.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Do you want to have the experience of a lifetime and help a great charity at the same time? If you've ever dreamed of taking a few laps around Talladega Superspeedway, now is your chance. Come join us on Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the Track Laps for Charity. For only $50, you can climb behind the wheel of your own vehicle and take 2 laps around the historic Talladega Superspeedway. But if you don't want to take the drive, you can still come out and tour the Talladega Garage experience for free. Bring the kids and enjoy the Game Zone and Kids Zone, or have your picture taken with the famed Vulcan Trophy in Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane. All proceeds from the event benefit the United Way of North Talladega County. You can enjoy a day at the track while also supporting a great organization. That's Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Talladega Superspeedway. To learn more, visit TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. See you at the track.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Do you want to have the experience of a lifetime and help a great charity at the same time? If you've ever dreamed of taking a few laps around Talladega Superspeedway, now is your chance. Come join us on Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the Track Laps for Charity. For only $50, you can climb behind the wheel of your own vehicle and take 2 laps around the historic Talladega Superspeedway. But if you don't want to take the drive, you can still come out and tour the Talladega Garage experience for free. Bring the kids and enjoy the Game Zone and Kids Zone, or have your picture taken with the famed Vulcan Trophy in Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane. All proceeds from the event benefit the United Way of North Talladega County. You can enjoy a day at the track while also supporting a great organization. That's Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Talladega Superspeedway. To learn more, visit TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. See you at the track.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Pete Carroll saying yesterday the Seahawks trying to work out a new deal with DK Metcalf, who's in the final year of his rookie contract. His new deal could bring him $25 million. And Baker Mayfield excused mutual agreement from the Browns camp when it officially, the mandatory camp opens up next week. So those are a couple of things that are happening in the National Football League. One thing that was happening at LT's house, Willie's pressure washing was out there at your house making it look better.
Absolutely. Blake and Conrad, they came out a couple of weeks ago. They did it in a downpour. Just incredible work. Again, I did this in 2020 myself, or with a little help from the roommate. Took for absolutely ever. Did not like doing it. If you need to get your home business or financial investment looking brand new again, you need to call the team at Willie's Pressure Washing. They're able to offer a variety of power and soft washing options tailored to your unique needs, from residential and commercial spaces to industrial equipment and beyond. They've got the right equipment technicians to clean your dirtiest messes. Cleaning the patio, driveway, windows, and home exterior, it can be a back-breaking chore. Takes forever. Let Willie's Pressure Washing do the hard work for you. Call them today, 205-963-2000. That's 205-963-2000, and tell them The Next Round sent you.
By the way, the new ownership group of the Broncos is reaching out to Peyton Manning to see if he would somehow maybe get a piece of the franchise, be in the ownership group, or somehow manage the group. I just noticed, I was out of town when the sale went down, that it was the Walmart folks that bought the Broncos.
Yeah.
Rob and Carrie Walton. Carrie actually married the Penner family, Greg Penner, who is the CEO of Starbucks, and J.P. Morgan Chase. Between the Walmart Walton money and the Starbucks and J.P. Morgan Chase,
you think their kids are going to be able to eat?
You think they were worried about gas prices?
I don't think they are.
Yeah, and they bought the Broncos there. Just sort of a, hey, here you go, daughter. Here's an NFL franchise for you and Hubs for the wedding.
The good news for somebody in the future, when the Walton family decides to sell the Broncos, will be in a pack of 3. It'll be 2 other NFL franchises with it.
Yes. Or you can get a nice little drive-up pickup for the Broncos. Just drive by and pick up all your NFL players.
Those people are in the 1% of the 1%.
Oh yes, absolutely.
They're good to go. So are we with trash. LT's got that ready to go as soon as Rockstar hits the big button.
6 witches that are in our church. And you know what's strange? 3 of you are in this room right now. We got your first name. We got your last name. We even got an address for one of you. You so much as cough wrong, and I'll expose you in front of everybody in this tent, you stinking witch.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
When it comes to home equity, bigger always better. And our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a program that will help you gain more home equity while paying less out of your pocket. With Mortgage Right's Wealth Builder program, you can build equity faster than you would with most other mortgage programs. You don't even need a down payment. Apply your cash towards that lower interest rate or shorter loan term. Instead, save bigger and better than you can with most other mortgage options. Go big and go home. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Now, we brought up on the show that Odell Beckham crashed Sean McVay's wedding.
That's right.
Yes.
How about this? Britney Spears got married this past week. Britney Spears' ex-husband, Jason Alexander, was arrested on Thursday after he tried to crash her wedding. Alexander was detained by private security shortly after 2 p.m. before the wedding began at Spears' home in Thousand Oaks, California. Deputies soon arrived, arrested Alexander for an outstanding warrant. He now faces additional charges. Spears and Alexander got married in Vegas back in 2004. Marriage was annulled 55 hours later. Alexander live streamed himself approaching Spears' home on Instagram. The footage was obtained by TMZ, who first broke the story. He actually made it inside the house, told security that Spears had invited him. Then he began shouting for Brittany. Another part of the video, Alexander is outside and asks someone else, where's Brittany? He goes on to say, I'm Jason. I'm her first husband. I'm here to crash the wedding. Then makes it inside of a tent that appears to be set up for a wedding ceremony, continues to tell people who he is and that Spears invited him, also admits he's there to crash the wedding. Officers eventually detained him, and his live stream cuts out.
Oh.
Damn.
Yeah. Interesting.
I mean, if you just show up and say, oh, I'm here to crash the wedding.
No, you just say I was invited. Oh, okay. Come on in.
You guys ever crashed a wedding?
I have never crashed a wedding.
No, I don't even like going to ones I'm invited to.
That's what I was about to say. I generally try to find a way out of the ones I'm invited to.
Me and young Jack did in March. There was a reception on the rooftop of the place we were staying, and we liked going up there. And because it was closed, we decided to go up there anyway. And so we kind of hung out with the wedding party for a while. Yeah.
That seems rude.
Well, part of our deal was rooftop comes with the place we rented. We get there, it's rented out.
Part of their deal was they get the rooftop all to themselves.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we still used our rooftop.
Yeah, I see that.
We love an interesting fact.
Would you have liked that if somebody had done that to you?
I wouldn't have known. I really wouldn't have known. And guess what they didn't know? I only drank a little bit and ate a little bit.
Of the food they paid for, yes.
And we just pretty much watched.
Was the food good?
Yeah, it was okay. It was a bunch of appetizers. It was an interesting wedding, though, man. You had people, cowboy boots. They were from Louisiana, from New Orleans.
Right.
And it was just people all over the place.
Interesting.
But yeah, it wasn't
a little crowded. 2 extra people.
but I will say, I'll send Forrester the koozies they gave out, because I forgot the name of the wedding party, but it looks just like the Taco Bell logo. So it's pretty neat. We love an interesting fact. One of the most interesting and weirdest we've heard in a while comes from a Redditor Kiwi2703. They decided to get creative with some calculations and answer a question you might never have asked yourself. If you blended up all the humans in the world, how big would the resulting ball of goo be?
I've never thought of this.
So if we took how many billion of people?
It's a little over
7.8 billion.
Oh, is it? Oh, down to 7.8 now?
Yeah.
We've lost a few.
Pandemic. 7.8 billion people, and we churned them up into a bunch of goo. That's what it would look like.
Yeah, with the density about 61.5 pounds, an average human weight of almost 137 pounds, the human goo spear would be 0.62 miles wide.
I'm glad we've cleared this up.
So I should order a red wine with that?
It does look like a meatball meets brain, right?
Yep.
A little bit, yeah.
In 2015, it was shown that the world's population at the 7.3 billion humans could all fit inside of New York City. There it is right there.
Well, that is every human on the planet right there.
In a ball.
In a ball of goo.
Grind it up.
Hey, you know, with inflation...
Who took the picture?
I think it was Will Smith, right?
All right, I'm gonna set this and I'm gonna run and jump at the goo. Okay.
It was on a timer.
Hurry up! Get in the blender. 10, 9, 8.
So inflation, a lot of people are getting, or some people are getting raises based on inflation.
Okay, well, that's good.
People with good bosses, right?
Yeah,
inflation,
it's up to 8.6% right now.
Yeah, not good for the market today.
Nope.
Inflation is hitting everyone hard, both at the gas pump and elsewhere, and even celebs like Snoop Dogg are feeling the effects. I don't know if you guys knew this, but Snoop Dogg actually pays a guy full-time to roll his blunts.
That is next level, yeah.
You know you're working. You got to do like 15 a day at least.
Now, Snoop tweeted out, I bet he smokes 15 blunts a day.
Well, it's like he's not working. Guy's got to be working.
Snoop tweeted out on Tuesday that the current salary of said blunt roller has gone up thanks to the state of our economy. He stated that the blunt roller made between $40,000 and $50,000 annually. But he said, quote, inflation, their salary has had to go up.
Can you tell me this?
So average salary in Alabama, I think, is $47,800. Snoop's blunt roller makes more than the average Alabama family.
That is correct.
Okay. I think I could do that and this job.
You can. I mean, you multitask. You could sit here and roll them while we do the show.
Spot on, by the way.
And by the way, the temperature in here would keep the leaf fresh.
Yeah.
Hey, so tell me this. I played golf with a guy one time, and one of the course workers brought him a couple blunts during the round, and he told me that he takes that course worker the weed and that guy rolls the best blunts? What makes it so good?
You know what? I can't roll a blunt.
Well, I know. Oh, so there's an art to it. It's not just that somebody.
Yeah. Can't be too loose, can't be too tight.
Yeah. Yep, there is an art to it.
For what,
Yeah.
For what reason, though?
Well, too tight, it burns too fast.
Yeah,
too loose, it
gotcha.
falls apart.
Yep.
Because he told me that this particular course worker, quote unquote, rolls the best blunts I've ever seen.
We got a guy dropping by in a little bit that can roll a good blunt.
Are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
It's a good tease.
Yep. Who's coming by later?
Well,
we won't put him on camera.
We're 20 minutes away from LT making you cry, so.
Possibly. Okay, so these are old people tweets, right, or Facebook?
People that old people things. Old people think. Come on, Sean.
Come on, Rocky. You can do this,
things
man.
that old people say on Facebook.
Okay, first one. Colonoscopy went fine today. No polyps or tumors. At Jason, please make a toilet paper run for me. I am sore.
Oh, wow.
Now, this was a post to everybody. Like, this wasn't a personal DM. It was to her wall.
Hey, look, we don't, that is pretty bad.
Upsetting colors, too, that she chose.
We're pretty much, we just talk about what's on our mind on this show. So I have my yearly physical, my annual physical, and I do not have a history. So they gave me the option of doing that Cologuard thing. Are you guys?
Is that just you scrape your ass and send it to them?
That's pretty much it. Yeah. That's not the way they described it, but it is an accurate description.
What I like to do is I like to get the sharpest part of my pinky, because the pinky's just one. Now I got this one guy who uses his thumb.
They send you a swab, and you swab it, you send it off.
I think I would do that. The only reason I said that, the colonoscopy wasn't bad. You'll agree with that.
Yeah.
I had my first one last year. The problem is the prep. The day before completely sucks.
Did not bother me that much, but
I kept up with it 32 times.
Yeah, I have a history in my family, so I go frequently.
Here's another one. Hey Ashley, on the night we went to Olive Garden, were you charged an extra $36? I ran my card for that amount, but it was never taken from my bank account. Let me know.
I'll just give you a backstory. This person just posted a picture of their dog.
Yeah,
and so the lady. On the response to the picture of their dog, ask about the Olive Garden. It's a good time to ask the question.
Interesting.
Well, the dog's obviously waiting on a doggy bag from Olive Garden that night.
You're going to have to translate the next one, Rocky.
There's one. So these are more visuals. So this guy's selling an oven. When you do sell an oven, you got to show a picture of yourself naked on the couch.
That's right. Anyone looking for a good oven?
Wow.
I don't have one, but I'll see this one for $150.
That is creepy.
That is a crappy looking oven.
And then the second one is, this is a good one.
Looking for anyone who is.
Go ahead.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, don't finish that one.
Yeah, that's a do-it-yourself, isn't it?
I'm downtown familiar.
Downtown familiar.
Here's our final old person post. Made my way downtown this morning. Clibbins all over E-road me, and Barb nearly died. Was cranking my hog, hit the clibbin just like ice, nearly tossed me into the field. Be careful. Cranking out their horses.
Yeah, that's from Chester.
Clippings, lawn clippings.
Yeah.
We called them clippings.
Yeah.
Clippings.
So I made my way downtown this morning. Clippings all over the road. Me and Barb nearly died. Was cranking my hog. That means I was accelerating my motorcycle when I hit the clippings. Just like ice. It was so slick. It nearly tossed me into the field. Be careful cranking out those horses. He meant hogs. There is Chester.
Chester's pretty clear.
Okay, I've got a list of most that will shock you.
All right.
First one, most Academy Award nominations, 59 to Walt Disney, believe it or not.
Way to go, Walt Disney. Not shocked.
That's a lot. That's a big number that Walt Disney is involved.
These get more shocking. Most children to one couple. Do you guys want to guess?
To one couple?
Yeah, the Flints had 10.
I think the record is, I'm going to go, the record is 17.
Well, I mean, there was that one Arkansas one where the kid got busted for the kiddie porn, but his family had like 20 kids.
Josh
the Duggars, yeah. But it's probably somebody in India.
This was in 1725 to 1765.
Well, that doesn't count.
Over a 40-year period.
Well, they're still kids.
69 kids.
Where were they?
Russian peasant, Fyodor Vasily.
That's why he's a peasant.
And his first wife had 69 kids.
First wife.
From 27 different births, 16 pairs of twins, 7 sets of triplets, and 4 groups of quadruplets.
She never got out of the hospital bed.
And he was a peasant.
Yeah.
You know what we need to do? We can't feed our...
That's right.
Let's get another kid.
I'll tell you what he was good at.
Some of you go get us food.
Yeah, he wasn't shooting blanks, was he?
No, he was not. Very potent.
It's a
Okay.
Gatling gun.
How about this? So from most kids to one couple, most children born to a man by women who weren't his wife.
Oh, boy. Sean Kemp.
Sean Kemp's not on this.
Oh, yeah.
You want to guess the number?
Clint Eastwood's pretty big. He's got a big number.
I don't know.
Augustus II, also called Augustus the Strong.
I see why.
Yeah. 354 kids. He was the Grand Duke of Lithuania during the late 17th and early 18th centuries. I guess they didn't have protection back then. Described as running luxurious wanton court with dozens of mistresses, Augustus had a, quote, gross appetite that resulted in 354 kids born to women who weren't his wife by the time he passed away in 1733.
Augustus, you got what we call a gross appetite. Yeah, I do.
Bring two more.
Do you think you know 354 people?
not
that way.
Not any that would get naked with me.
The most expensive party ever. $22 million.
How am I supposed to guess this? You keep waiting for me to guess. I don't know.
Well, you normally guess.
$22 million.
$22 million. 1971, Shah Mohammed of Iran held a massive party. The event to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the Persian Empire was beyond extravagant. Hundreds of cooks and waiters prepared servers with 22 tons of food. There were 10 kings, 21 princes and princesses, 9 sheiks, 2 sultans, a grand duke, a cardinal, 16 presidents, 3 prime ministers, and 4 vice presidents from around the world.
And Dave.
5,000 bottles of wine and champagne. The 5.5-hour feast included quail eggs stuffed with caviar and fresh raspberries flown in from France. Organizers also offered elaborate tents that were actually 2-bedroom apartments.
Chad says that's just the awards banquet for this year's Live Tour.
Probably so. Lance told Jack, act like we belong here.
And finally, some high school senior quotes. First one, I'm actually not funny. I'm just really mean, and people think I'm joking.
Wow.
Next one, I've been a hoe my whole life. Michelle Ho. You can always retake a class, but you can't relive a party.
That is true.
I don't even go here. And the final high school senior quote, you're all going to regret not dating me in high school.
Yeah, you're going to regret that.
Preach that. That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Our friends at Mortgage Right, they are there for you during the home buying process. Make sure you check them out today when it comes to home equity. Bigger, always better. Go big and go home. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239. Equal housing lender.
And as always, this hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Chicken, champyschicken.com. Don't forget to say hi to Sterling and the crew there when you're getting a great lunch or dinner. See the whole menu at champyschicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. When we come back, we'll give you out the lock information for you today. Also, in the final hour, Rockstar's got a guest in the lounge. You'll want to hear that. Still to come on TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. We continue on the Next Round. The lock. You said last night you did something you didn't normally do, like go against a streak like that?
Yeah.
So you don't normally do that?
Yeah, you normally don't want to try to snap a streak.
Right.
And when a team's lost 15 consecutive games, you typically don't bet them, especially when they're the favorite. But we did take the Angels as the lock. We also had Dunaway's Lightning. So we were 2-0 last night. We were 3-0 on Wednesday. We've got two more plays for you tonight, including side in Game 5 of the NBA Finals.
When something is not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster could strike at any moment. That's when we trust Adam and Chad at Hemp Hill. Hemp Hill Cooling, Plumbing, Heating Needs. The name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. 205-229-2090, 229-2090, Hemp Hill Services. See the lock at lanceslock.com and at the Lance Taylor.
Columbus 7:30. Where's Montana today? Montana Fouts was on with us yesterday. You can get that podcasted right there at nextroundlive.com. See our interview with her on YouTube. She's coming to town very soon for the World Games, which is about a month away. Oklahoma won the national championship last night, 10-5 over Texas, and in doing so, in the final inning, they upset one of the assistants on the Texas bench. A rivalry game, obviously, Oklahoma-Texas, future SEC matchup, but they've been in the Big 12 together in football, rivals. Every sport, they are rivals with each other. And in the final inning, they were up 10-2, and they put Jocelyn Allo out in the left field, the home run king of women's, or queen of women's softball. And they put her in left field. She rarely plays in the field, had not had a put out since February. They put her out there just so the crowd can give her a standing ovation in her final game in Oklahoma uniform. And then, as fate would have it, the first two balls hit go to her in the outfield, and she awkwardly makes both catches. And then they check her out of the game, a rare substitution in the middle of the inning, so that they can give her a standing ovation. There were a couple of those type moments in that final inning, and that bothered one of the Texas assistants, that they were sort of slow playing, dragging out the national championship. Any problem with that? Checking him out?
I don't have a problem with that because these are considered, and correct me if I'm wrong, some of the greatest players, not only in Oklahoma history, but in softball history.
Yeah, will be considered one of the greatest teams in softball history.
And I would think one of those assistant coaches should have respect for greatness. And look, and the fact that, hey, look, we were in a College World Series, we were down to the final championship round. Tip our hat to this team, to these players. I wouldn't have a problem.
I don't view that as showing up the other team.
I don't either.
I mean, if you're doing something to show up the other team, I could see the guy getting pissed. But, I mean, you're not showing up the other team. You're allowing your fan base to applaud one of the greatest players, I guess, in that program's history. Maybe the greatest player in that program's history. I mean, what's wrong with that? You're just taking them out of the game.
I mean, she almost had the triple crown this year.
Yeah.
So she led softball in home runs, and I saw she was second in average in RBI.
I've seen the video. People have sent us the video since you brought it up earlier on the show, and what appears to, I guess, is the Texas head coach is having to restrain this guy.
Yeah,
that's how mad he is.
Now, this is the same Texas head coach in the first inning, I think, against Oklahoma State. Was after arguing with an umpire, was walking back to the bench and try to get the Oklahoma fans cheering for his team against Oklahoma State, which they, of course, were. Debate of who you hate the most there.
Boy, that is a tough one, yeah.
But he threw a big bird back to the umpire as he's going into the dugout. Caught on camera. The umps didn't see it, so he didn't get ejected from the game.
Wait, so the assistant was really getting restrained?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Is he going to go after a girl?
He was yelling at somebody. He was yelling and pointing.
Yeah. At the other bench.
And I don't know that it was the head coach holding him back. I don't know anybody on either one of these teams. Was it? Okay.
Yeah. All right, so that softball season's done. When we come back, Brown will update us on UAB's move to the American Conference. That is a fast-moving train today as the AAC teams have announced their official departure and date that they will become official Big 12 members. That's coming up in the final hour. LT's got a couple of things for us, and Rockstar's got a friend in the lounge. Stay with us. Part of the show today being brought to you by JohnstonRVCenter.com. 2 locations up north, Brown.
Go see America in a Johnston RV. You could see them I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Exclusive lifetime warranty from RV Warranty Forever. Financing is available. Cherokee Alpha Wolf right now starting at $275 a month with approved credit, 10% down. They've got a ton of them. Great vehicles, $289, $299, $329 a month, 10% down with approved credit. JohnstonRVCenter.com. JohnstonRVCenter.com. Lance is going to do something when we come back, and nobody on the show knows what it is.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Little sweet, did you make it out the door on time?
Yeah, but I have lipstick on my teeth.
Ooh, that color looks great on you. And you deserve a tasty treat. Did you take an alternate route and avoid 30 seconds of traffic? Or did you weather Avila? Ooh, and now you're sweating in your shacket. So sweet, unique. Baby, there's nothing better. I bet you've probably done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper. Did you nail the high note while singing along to your favorite song? Yes, I did. Woo! Did you perfectly parallel park without bumping any bumper?
Yeah, but I locked my keys in the car.
That's okay.
I need my keys, little sweet.
Did you get to get in the car seat without losing your temper? Buckle in, that's a win. It's one of a kind, it'll blow your mind. Everyone's done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round, you'll find us where the big games are played. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Thank you to Dennis on Facebook who's watching us over there. There's a tradition at the Women's College World Series in Oklahoma City. Home run balls are taken by the ushers and delivered to the families up in the stands.
Oh, I like that.
So every home run, they work to get the ball to the families up in the stands. The Texas home run in the final inning had gone over, hit a railing in the stands, and bounced back into the play and was not ruled a home run on the field. They had to go to review. And so the umps still had the ball in play. The Texas assistant was trying to get the ball from the umpires to give to the girl's family because it didn't go out of the ballpark. The umpires were reluctant. The guy was keep going, and when eventually, according to Dennis, he did get the umpire's attention, the umpire angrily threw the ball to him, and that's where the back and forth. It was misconstrued by a lot of people that he was upset with Oklahoma calling timeouts.
Well, see, I'm glad for that clarification because I actually respect that.
Yeah, so he was
That's
just trying to
totally
get the ball.
different, yeah.
So, Dennis, thank you for that there. This hour of the show, the final hour, being brought to you in part by a Rockstar's guy.
My guy is Adam Mestre at MD Realty, who is a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
And thank you to Hunter, who also gave us that clarification on Twitter as well. Thank you for that on the World Series last night. Currently in the Super Regionals going on, the NCAA tournament, Texas is down now after 2 in the top of the first. East Carolina answered with 3. ECU up 3-2 on Texas, the first of 4 games today. Oklahoma, Virginia Tech goes at 2 o'clock on ESPN2. The first SEC team, number 1 Tennessee, playing host to Notre Dame, 5 o'clock this afternoon on ESPN2, 7:30 tonight for Louisville and Texas A&M. Auburn plays tomorrow night, 9 o'clock game, one of their best of 3 series on ESPN2. Auburn and Oregon State out in Corvallis, 9 o'clock tomorrow night. Brown developing story today involving the Big 12 and the American Conference, and that includes UAB right now, one of the teams expecting to make their official announcement maybe as early as today on when they're leaving Conference USA.
They have not done so yet. Announcements are starting to trickle out from Conference USA. So the story broke earlier today that the AAC teams will be going to the Big 12 July 1, 2023. So one more lap around the American for them. That's been reported, but it's official now. They finally worked out the buyout numbers. And that opens the door for the Conference USA teams to move in, which reportedly will also happen then. Charlotte jumped the gun a little bit and announced it. No one, I think UTSA has now. Yep. UAB has said no comment at this time, but it's pretty clear all those teams are going to be going to the AAC July 1, 2023. So one more lap around Conference USA for UAB.
And as our buddy Connor O'Gara points out from Saturday Down South, with UCF officially joining the Big 12 in 2023, that currently means Florida will play 11 Power 5 opponents in 2024 as their schedule sits right now. We do expect a lot of cancellations at some point of future games. That could be one of them for Florida, especially if 2024 involves 9 SEC games and Florida State. That would be 10. UCF would make 11 Power 5. So we'll see. I guess it would make 12 with the games they have on their schedule already. Interesting moving parts today in college football as well. But right now, it's time for 4 Downs. LT has those for us, and it's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, 4 great locations, soon to be a 5th location. I saw a video go out yesterday. It's going to be in Pell City. We'll give you more information on that as we get it. But get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Okay, better chance of happening. Dabo wins another national championship or Dustin Johnson wins another major on the PGA Tour.
I mean, even when he was full-time playing on the PGA Tour, Dustin Johnson won 2, and he's fairly late in his career now. I think I'd go Dabo on that one.
I think I would go Dabo as well. We are not going to have time to get to it today. Maybe we will next week. Bill Bender of Sporting News ranks the top 131 coaches in order. Still has Dabo number 2 in college football behind Nick Saban.
Don't have a problem with that.
But if you're going by what he's accomplished, don't have a problem with that. Where he stands right now, some people would have Ryan Day ahead of him.
Or Lincoln Riley.
Ahead of him from what's going forward. It's a big year for Dabo, coming off a 3-loss year that seemed worse than that. But I'm going to go with Dabo as well.
Second down.
Better chance either the Jets or the Giants make it back to the playoffs, or we get an all-New York World Series this year.
The Jets or Giants this year in the playoffs? I'd go better chance New York Subway Series.
I would go better chance that we get the Giants in the playoffs than us getting the Yankees and Mets.
So do you think the Yankees are the best team in the AL?
I think they're the best team in baseball.
I think the Yankees are the best team in the AL, but they have holes at times as well. I think the Dodgers will get to the World Series before the Mets do. And if not them, then maybe it's the Giants, maybe it's the Padres, maybe it's the Brewers, maybe it's the Braves again, maybe it's the Phillies. There's just a ton of teams. The Mets don't seem to me to have the parts to do it the long haul. I just eventually think when the temperatures get really hot, their arms will start to fall apart.
Well, I go Subway Series just because I think the Yankees are that good. I mean, Garrett Cole gives up 5 home runs yesterday, and they still win the game. And that's how good the Yankees are.
That's how good the Yankees are. But Yankees being there, yes. I don't buy the Mets being there.
Third down.
More championships the next 3 years. Kirby SEC championships or Matt Stafford NFC championships?
How many years?
3.
3?
I mean, one could win this.
Cooper Kupp just re-signed yesterday.
I saw that.
Where y'all getting all y'all's money from?
Got him Stan Kroenke.
Was that just yesterday?
Yeah.
$110 million over 5 years, $75 million guaranteed.
Rockstar's right. It's like the Saudi investment fund has purchased the Rams.
The Super Bowl live Rams.
We're going to do our own golf tour and have a Super Bowl champion.
I think
I'll take Kirby in this one.
I think I'm going to take Stafford.
You think it's harder to win an NFC championship or an SEC championship? That's a tough question. I don't know which one.
I think it's harder to win the NFC championship.
Do you?
Yeah.
Right now, it might be SEC just because Bama is so difficult to get past.
But Georgia was the national champions. Alabama was the SEC champions.
That's what I was about to say. They were the national champions. It's still not even good enough to win their own conference.
Yeah. Texas A&M is pretty good too moving forward, but Georgia and Alabama have the best rosters. I'm gonna take Georgia.
I think I'll take Devin.
I think
Kirby.
There's more teams that can win the NFC than can win the SEC. I think there's 5 teams that can win the NFC this year.
I think I would agree with you.
4th down.
Kate Upton, 30 years old today. I cannot believe she's just turned 30.
God, she has been around for a long time.
Well, she was doing her guest layout when she was 17.
Wow.
Elizabeth Hurley, 57, in their prime. Kate Upton or Elizabeth Hurley?
Elizabeth Hurley. Kate Upton is known for 2 things.
Yeah, she is. I would go Elizabeth Hurley.
I would go Elizabeth Hurley.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'd love to see Rockstar give me Elizabeth Hurley in her prime, so I refresh my memory.
I tell you what,
I've got
it was
Kate
when she was dating Hugh Grant back in the 90s.
It would be in the 90s. She's 57 now, but she was very, very attractive. Was she in what was her major role?
Well, you were about to say, was she in one of the Austin Powers?
She was in Bedeviled with Brendan Fraser.
Yeah, and she was in
some of the Austin Powers.
Yeah.
She has an accent, right? Too.
She does.
Yeah, that always helps.
I will say, even out of prime, Elizabeth Hurley has held up quite well.
She is a beautiful, beautiful woman.
Mm-hmm.
But there's something about Kate Upton I like as well. I like her attitude. Yeah, I mean,
I don't think Elizabeth Hurley.
She's not far behind, but she's behind.
She's behind.
There's a video. She was on a photo shoot, and it was in a break. And when the song would teach me how to do the Dougie, is it the Dougie?
Yeah.
That video of the Kate Upton video from that is prime Kate Upton. That was Kate Upton for me.
Yeah. And I got a 5th now.
Oh, 5th down. Is this what we're waiting on?
We'll do the unveil in a minute. Dan Fouts, 71 today. If I asked you better career, Phillip Rivers or Dan Fouts?
Phillip Rivers.
Well, Dan Fouts was in a AFC Championship game twice.
I know one. I know Phillip Rivers was in one.
Played it with a torn ACL, by the way.
Yeah.
Phillip Rivers did. Phillip Rivers is, I think, 5th all-time passing. That's his better career.
Dan's pretty high up there. Eric Coryell back in the day.
Different game back then, but he did. He was the best in the business.
I think I would go Dan Fouts.
Would you really?
Yeah,
based on what?
I like him more.
I was about to say it's almost totally based on the fact you don't like Phillip Rivers.
But I think I would go Dan Fouts too because it was a different game. The numbers are going to say Phillip Rivers.
Yeah, well, I mean, what kind of numbers could Dan Fouts put up today?
Yeah, he could have. Phillip Rivers definitely got the better numbers. It's subjective.
Yep, and that's our 5 downs today, brought to you by Vulcan Tires with 5 locations.
Yeah, 4 locations now, soon to be 5th location in Pell City, locally owned and operated. Great guys. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right, LT. This whole segment is set here with a black bag.
I got to go get a beer though. Do you want one?
You got to get a beer as well. Yeah,
I need a beer for
Well,
this.
let's do it on the other side then.
Okay.
We'll unveil what's in the bag.
Okay.
And we'll also do a gender reveal that LT wants to do, and we'll have a nice cocktail.
Those things are separate, by the way.
Yeah, so we assume. I don't know that to be true.
Yeah, I think they're separate.
I don't know that to be true. Part of the show is being brought to you, though, by Brown's friends at Nichols Outfitters. Great for Father's Day, which is a week from this weekend.
That is right. Father's Day coming up next Sunday. Be prepared. Nichols Outfitters has a great idea for you. Christensen Traverse Rifle, which is fantastic. You buy that, you're entered into a contest to win a Christensen Arms Ranger 22 right alongside it. If you have an outdoorsman in the household, or if you are that outdoorsman, drop the hint. This is the kind of thing that'll make Dad smile. Purchase a classic Christensen rifle. Enter to win another now till Father's Day. Nichols Outfitters in Pelham.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate. Growing to serve you. Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Champions Boxing right there at the intersection of Highway 119 and Highway 31 behind the Purple Onion. Forrester and I will be out there at some point next week, I think maybe Monday, to tour the new facilities. You can do that too. Just swing by there. Champions Boxing behind Highway 119 and Highway 31. behind the purple onion there. Fitness and competition training using the fundamentals of boxing. They'll help you reach your fitness goals this year. Call this number, 205-358-8176, 358-8176. We're talking the best in mental and physical training, especially if you're an athlete of another sport. It's a good way to cross-train right there. Ages 7 and up. It's not a fight club. It's a place where you train using the sport of boxing. You can check out everything from the trainers to the way it looks and everything everyone says about Champions Boxing on their Facebook page, Champions Boxing AL, Champions Boxing AL. You have something, you look like you're about to say something?
No. I'm fascinated by what's about to occur here.
LT is going to walk us through what is in the bag.
Well, I mean, the way he set this up is he's going to do something he's never done and then maybe make you cry, and he needed a beer before he could do it.
Well, I sent Rockstar what I thought it was.
So that is Chuck.
Wow.
Oh, my.
I was right.
Yeah. No, the reason Chuck always wanted to come see our studio, was extremely proud of what we did. All of us together, me and Reedy, listened to the show all the time. Because of his health, he was never able to come up here, wanted to watch a show. So the timing of this, we've got some good friends. Joe and Kelly Green are going to Key West. Chuck was a big Key West guy. So some of his ashes are going to go Father's Day weekend to Key West with them. So Joe's going to come by and get some of the ashes. We split the other ashes up amongst the brothers.
Wow. So that's for those that don't know, Chuck is your dad.
Yeah. Yep. Charles Taylor. He passed away the day before Mother's Day, and always wanted to come up here. So I just wanted him to actually see the studio, pour one out for Chuck. He loved cold beer.
Yeah.
Big Bud Light fan.
And he's heading to Key West in a Jägermeister bottle. Him and I used to shoot Jaeger together. He is.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I've got the Jaeger bottle in there, and I've got to take some of Chuck's ashes and transfer them. I'll try not to get them on the floor up here.
Please. I mean, if you do, though, I don't know what the protocol is for that. You'll have to let us know, I mean, you sweep it up, you put it back in, do you vacuum it? What do you do with it?
The post-pandemic, I don't care. Just
he's forever apart.
Let it roll.
Let it roll. Have you decided where you're going to spread the rest of his ashes?
So, yes. So his birthday is August 25th. He would have been 75.
Right.
And this is my personal urn, by the way. I just got this today.
That's more of Chuck.
Yeah, and I'll keep this with me.
Oh, so wait a minute. Now, so
we've all the brothers have got one of these urns.
So, and the ashes are already in there?
Yeah, ashes are already in this. And this is the remainder. So some will go to Key West, and then August 25th, that weekend, all the brothers are going down, and we're going to go to Destin and Fort Walton, his two favorite places at the beach. And there's a couple of spots there that he was a big fan of, so we will spread the ashes down there. And I asked Rockstar last night his favorite song, and this is really crazy, and I'm not making this up, Viva La Vida by Coldplay.
That shocks me.
I would have guessed the rest of the show. He liked that.
And Chuck always seemed like a yellow guy to me.
He absolutely loved it.
It's a good song.
And so the night after his passing was a Saturday night. Me and all the brothers came back to my house, and we're downstairs, and we put on Pandora. One of the first songs that comes on is that song.
Are you serious?
And I swear to God, every weekend since at the pool, I'm getting chills talking about this. I put on randoms. It's like 90s, the 2000 and today's hits. This song comes on every time.
Viva La Vida from Coldplay.
Yep.
Are we going to play it?
Oh, we don't have the rights to it.
Hell. Yeah. What are they going to do? We'll tell them it's for a guy that died. You think they're going to sue us?
It's not a big deal.
Okay.
But
it's a good song.
John, you want to play it?
I like how
putting him on the spot.
Rockstar, I've already pinned down on
I've
this
already
one.
asked him if he could do some Zeppelin today. So anyway, I didn't want to freak you guys out, but Chuck always wanted to watch us do a show because he listened to us. He was super proud. He was super nervous when we went and did this venture.
Yeah, I was.
It's actually good training because this is how I'm going out too.
Me too.
Yeah, so
I didn't realize it'd be a box this small, but
I thought the box was kind of big, honestly.
I don't know.
When somebody's cremated, do you get everything just in ashes?
Just think about it. We showed earlier, Brown, the whole world mashed into one meatball.
It was at Central Park.
At Central Park.
Yeah.
That's the whole world. That's just one person.
Well, I just always assumed they just gave you enough of it and everything else just...
Yeah, and I didn't know how legit it was, but I talked to the guy from the crematorium. He came in to get Chuck's body that night. And I said, how legit is this? And he's like, 100%. He kind of went through the process, but...
What do you mean legit? Why were you asking?
Well, because I thought they might just give you a box
Well, I mean,
full of ashes.
he's seen Ozark.
He's watched Ozark, yes.
I
Because
mean, really.
Jeff Jeffy asked on Twitter, LT, you couldn't find a goat cookie jar for this segment.
Oh, that would have been
That
fantastic.
would have been good. I thought a Jaeger bottle's pretty good to go to Key West in, though.
It is.
But that is so sweet of Joe and Kelly. And you know, we talked to him at Cease Juice Party, and Kelly said, we're going to Key West. We would love to spread the ashes. We'll video it. So, you know, we can also play the video here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
We're going to have the blaster for the August 25th.
So that has been a great
Lance has not ordered that. He keeps talking about it. Have you ordered it?
I mean, they're all...
I don't think it's on back order.
The
I'll say
three
that.
other brothers are a little shaky with it, but they haven't said no. But I think Chuck had a great sense of humor. He would love to be blasted into the Gulf.
Yes.
Zach says, LT, I lost my dad a few years ago. Those things that give you chills never stop. Really cool that you brought him up.
Well, thank you, Zach.
Who tuned in on a fun Friday thinking we would have LT's father on set with us today?
No, but this is a celebration,
I did not
man.
expect this one today.
No, this is a celebration. He was a fun guy, man. And I had his cell phone. I've still got it. I turned it off, and we've still got his number. But I left it on for about a week, and it would just ring, which was kind of eerie. But I answered one time because it was one of his friends, and his friend broke down. And he said, I just wanted to call to hear your dad's voice one more time.
Oh, on the voicemail?
Yeah, the voicemail.
And you answered and told to him?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Can I ask you a Roy Firestone question?
Yeah, but
Okay.
I don't always going to try to get
Oh,
me to
no,
bust.
I'm not
going
going
to try.
Lost it right there.
that was-
You were
I'm
very
not going to
close,
try
yeah.
to get you, but do you feel like you appreciate him more now than you did, say, this time last year? Tell me more about that.
No, I just, I was walking to the car yesterday.
Talk about that.
And I thought about calling him. There were just certain moments that it came into my mind to call him. He was good on advice late in life. He was not a great dad when I was young, but he became
Would you say, though,
a fun person.
that his flaws as a father when you were young has helped you
Yes.
be a better father to Leighton and Jack?
Yes.
Tell me more about
100%.
that.
Well, just
Keep digging, Dunaway.
the fact that, I'm divorced, so there is some contradiction there, but I try to be involved with my kids as much as possible. My old man back in the day wanted to be on the road as much as possible. So I didn't see him a lot until after high school. But we became really close after that. And
He became a friend.
He became a friend. Yeah, I don't know if I ever considered him a father.
Yeah, it's always been odd to me that both you and your brother, one of Lance's brothers, works with us as part of our company, part of our family here, and y'all have always called him Chuck, not Dad.
Yeah.
And I always thought that was interesting. And as long as I've ever known you, you've called him Chuck.
Yeah, it was more of that relationship.
But I mean, I think...
But it worked for us.
Yeah.
I look back and, I think we missed, there was a ton of games he wasn't at.
Right.
And I don't necessarily fault him. For whatever reason. I don't know. But boy, he was a fun guy.
Yeah. I think, that's part of it, is being the friend. I mean, obviously there are a lot of things we're all fathers. There's a lot of things to being a father, right? But the friendship aspect of it, you got that. I mean, you got that right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, like, there's so many that don't.
Yeah.
They get some of the other fathering stuff right, but the friendship aspect, they don't.
And again, there's really no regrets there. I mean, I was with him when he passed away.
Yeah.
When you look in the mirror in the morning, do you see a little bit of him looking back at you?
This guy.
LT.
Like in the eyes?
No, I don't. But I feel like he's hovering.
Patrick just texted me and said, so LT's dad, rest in peace, was Chuck Taylor. I never had put that together.
Yep.
You're right. Your old man had the sneakers.
And he was a pretty fascinating guy. He rode motorcycles. He surfed. Really interesting.
He surfed?
Yeah.
Boy, you don't get to do that much here in the Deep South.
He lived in Long Island for a little bit.
Oh, did he really? After you were born or before?
This was before me.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So I was born here.
I never knew until he passed, or until late in his life when he was sick and you and Reed were having to deal with it and you knew the time was near. I never knew he listened to us you told me it was like start to finish every single day.
Yeah, and he had an Android, so he had problems at the very beginning when we had problems, and he would, cuss and bitch that he missed the show because...
Like father, like son.
I know.
Well, it was kind of sad
because
because, he's in a recliner all day, and he's watching, his political agenda, whatever, and... I will tell you this about him, though. He grew up in Florida, and then he moved to Maplesville in high school. Mm-hmm. And, wasn't a very educated guy, never finished college, played tennis in college at a small community college, went to Florida State for a year, never graduated though. But he's one of those guys that really gained a lot of wisdom the older he got. And it was just amazing how many things he knew, just talking to him about certain things.
Proud of the young man that Jack's grown into, I bet.
Oh, yeah.
I love it.
I know.
Yeah,
Like, is dying.
Seriously, he got to see Jack about a month before his passing, and he was like, will you send me some pictures? And when I was going through his phone, he had sent a bunch of his friends different pictures of our kids.
Right.
So he was a much better grandfather than father, and I think that happens with a lot of people.
I think it does, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you learn. And you get older yourself. You're not chasing as many things.
But, we got to road trip a little bit. He was, and I'll get off this in a second. I know we've got other things to do.
What the crap? We really don't.
But when I graduated college, I decided to go on the road with him, much like Leighton's going to go on the road with me Monday. And
symmetry is what we call this.
He had, so he was wholesaling cars, and he had big deals with Budget and Enterprise. And so he would go, his big hubs were Tampa and Jacksonville, Florida. And he would go there and he would take all these guys out, and I would go out with them. And I mean, it was so much fun traveling with him and doing these dinners and partying, and boy, he could get after it.
Follow up, Jim.
Yeah.
I'm sure we need a live read.
Yeah. I didn't want to disrupt the flow there.
Oh, what with a live read? Why stop now?
Part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at Bromberg's. If you're looking for the perfect urn,
yeah, they might have them. I don't know. I didn't even check.
I bet
we got ours from the crematorium, but maybe I need to get a custom one from Bromberg's. Look, they've got an array of great gifts out there. They are your diamond specialists. If you're thinking about popping the question, make sure you stop in, see the professionals at Bromberg. Since 1836, they've established that solid reputation. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store. Go to brombergs.com.
JP said he had a voicemail that his dad left him before he passed, and he says, I listened to it at times just to hear his voice, but somehow he lost it. Losing that voicemail really hurt.
I've got one.
Back it up, man.
I typically don't keep voicemails. I've got like 50. I had to go through them. I've got one from him.
Yeah, back it up.
All right, when we come back, we'll go into the Roundtable Lounge. Rockstars Lounge brought to you by the Enclave. Special guest, you'll see who it is. If you've ever been to a couple of Black Jacket Symphony shows, you'll recognize this guy, especially the voice. He's got an original song for us, I'm told, today. We're looking forward to that next in the Lounge. Part of the show today being brought to you by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. Hey, don't let time with your dad or mom get away from you. It's time to go off to college. Make sure you're getting the best. Make them proud. At the University of Montevallo right now, 75 majors, 21 Division II scholarship sports. It's a great place to call home for college. You can find out more at montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Schedule an in-person tour and find out why you belong at Montevallo, montevallo.edu.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round. Anheuser-Busch. St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent Trane dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Do you want to have the experience of a lifetime and help a great charity at the same time? If you've ever dreamed of taking a few laps around Talladega Superspeedway, now is your chance. Come join us on Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the Track Laps for Charity. For only $50, you can climb behind the wheel of your own vehicle and take 2 laps around the historic Talladega Superspeedway. But if you don't want to take the drive, you can still come out and tour the Talladega Garage experience for free. Bring the kids and enjoy the game zone and kids zone, or have your picture taken with the famed Vulcan Trophy in Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane. All proceeds from the event benefit the United Way of North Talladega County. You can enjoy a day at the track while also supporting a great organization. That's Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Talladega Superspeedway. To learn more, visit TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. See you at the track.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Man, we got a treat today. I'm going to let Rockstar introduce his guest in the Rockstar Lounge. LT's pulling another Stella from our Bud Light keg over there. We always appreciate their sponsorship on a fun Friday. And our lounge is brought to you by the Enclave. We'll tell you about the Enclave in just a second down in Alabaster. Rockstar, who do we have in studio today?
We have got singer, songwriter, musician extraordinaire, Mr. Jon Campbell. Plays with Black Jacket Symphony a lot. He will be playing tonight with Alan Barlow at Brock's Gap. Am I correct with that, John?
Yeah. Well, Brock's Gap? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Brock's Gap? And I saw Police down at the BJCC with you as the lead singer, and I came back and told these guys, I said I was blown away, not because it was a different singer than Rockstar. I enjoyed all the Black Jacket Symphony I saw with Rockstar, but I had never liked the Police before until I saw you do them, and I was like, that's an amazing album.
Yeah.
It seemed pretty difficult to do.
Yeah, I just tell people I have a trick. That's what I call it. It's a vocal trick. But I always have a gift to sing a little higher. I do the Led Zeppelin. I do the Eagles, which is not as high. But the Police was really cool for me because it just is a certain thing in my voice I can do well. And I've been playing in bands for forever, singing that stuff. So being able to do it on that stage was pretty cool.
It was Randy Meisner of the Eagles that sang all the high stuff, right? Do you do his stuff, or do you do mostly Henley and the Fry?
I do Henley.
Yeah.
And then, but in the second set of the Hotel California album, in the second set we do I can't tell you why. So I do.
Wow! but you doing Robert Plant? I told you earlier. I saw you at the concert hall doing Houses of the Holy, which was an incredible show.
Yeah.
And I thought you guys just did a great job with it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that was that's where it started for me. Well, I did one Eagles show in Chattanooga, filled in, and that didn't hear from him for a while. I mean, I did good, but I wasn't the guy. I was just substituting for a guy that eventually a guy named Buck Johnson went on to get a job with Aerosmith. So it was,
Wow.
So he was the Zeppelin guy. So they called me. They were like, "Yeah, we need a Zeppelin singer." And I was like, "All right, cool." So from that just kind of took off, and I've enjoyed doing that. Another shameless plug, though, we're doing a Zeppelin acoustic tribute. We've got a band together. The guy I'm playing with tonight. We're doing it in Talladega on July 29th. We've done it a couple of times, but it's a full acoustic Led Zeppelin show. It's really cool. So definitely, if you can make it out.
Do you call it unleaded Zeppelin?
No, somebody already took that. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We got pretty deep and heavy on it. We're called Bronyard. That's the.
Okay.
It's a little thing. You can get into the lore of Led Zeppelin. You'll understand it. So I'll just leave it there.
Before we hear an original, you're going to do us an original?
Yeah.
He's going to tell us about this, but it's brought to you by the folks at the Enclave down in Alabaster.
Yeah, presented by the Enclave at Cedar Grove, a new home community in Alabaster with a swim and tennis club, award-winning school system, and home of the three-peat 7A high school football champion Thompson Warriors. They have 3 available homes that are move-in ready and waiting on you, or you can pick a home site and build your dream home. For more information, call Paul, 205-602-0563, or you guys remember, visit y'allbettercallpaul.com.
I like that.
Y'allbettercallpaul.com.
So original music, you sing a lot of covers when you do Black Jacket Symphony and stuff. How long have you been writing songs, and how much do you enjoy writing your own songs?
I do. It's always been a love of mine. I mean, it's not what, I did a couple of albums with a band back in the 90s, and we were trying to make it and all that, and then figured out that was costing money. I figured out a way to make money playing other people's music. But I've written and recorded things over the years, and this was, when he mentioned this, I said, I'm getting close to Father's Day. I just dusted off an old original of mine that I wrote for my daughter. So it's kind of one of those, somebody might be crying by the end. I don't know.
I got this guy on the verge of tears over here. I mean, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go. What's the name of it?
Beautiful Girl.
Beautiful Girl. LT's getting ready to go on a trip.
You got one too, Donaway.
I know, but I'm not getting ready to go on a trip with my beautiful girl with my dad sitting in front of me. Here is the original from Jon Campbell, Beautiful Girl.
Beautiful girl, you make me weak. You make me strong. Everything else that I want to be. There was a time when I thought I had everything. You brought me to my knees again, and I thank you, Lord, for sending me a dream. And I know it seems impossible, nothing short of a miracle. Something so sweet and wonderful has come my way. It's a little bit of heaven, yes, it's come my way. Beautiful girl, hair made of gold, diamond blue eyes, oh, nothing can compare. I said the sunshine, it never looked so good as it does when it shines on you, yes. The whole world longs for your embrace, and I know it seems impossible. It's nothing short of a miracle. Something so sweet and wonderful
Just a little bit of heaven, yes, has come my way, yeah. And I find I can't define all of the things you have changed in me. This time I'll get it right, yes. Your love has lifted me closer to heaven, yes. Beautiful girl, you make me weak, you make me strong, everything else that I want to be, everything that I want to be, yeah. Oh, that I want to be, yeah, yeah.
Right. So, beautiful girl, what's her name? What's your daughter's name?
Audrey.
Audrey. How old?
She is 19.
19 years old.
Mine turns 19 tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Goes
quick, man. It really does.
It does. Mine's 21. Just turned 21. So Browns is about to go off to senior year in high school.
That's right.
So it all happens quick. Meanwhile, Rockstar's son is almost a month.
Yeah, no, he's a month.
Month
He's
old.
7 weeks Monday.
Yeah.
So and it's still
flies.
Flies by, Rockstar. Flies by.
It's going. It's inching by.
You got a little. I got a little Stevie Wonder in that too.
Oh,
yeah, I did.
That's a
Am I
compliment.
wrong about that?
That's a little bit.
Yeah,
a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, a little
It
bit.
was very good though. I love the song.
Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Rockstar hates when I do this. Do you have one more? You can just it could be a cover or it could be
what
another
about
original.
something from Unleaded Zeppelin?
I asked for some Zeppelin.
Yeah, you got it in there?
Yeah, I got it.
All right.
Crank it out. Crank it out.
Oh yeah.
Just don't make it sound too much like Zeppelin.
You called this earlier, Rocky.
If the sun refused to shine, I would still be loving you. When mountains crumble to the sea, there would still be you and me. Kind woman, I give you my all. Kind woman, nothing more. Little drops of rain, whispers of the pain, tears of love lost in the days gone by. My love is strong, with you there is no wrong. Together we shall go until we die. Oh my, inspiration's what you are to me. Inspiration, look, see. And so today my world smiles. Hand in mine we walk the miles. And thanks to you we will be done. For you to me are the only one, yeah. Oh, my, yes. Happiness So if the sun refuses to shine, I would still be loving you. Mountains crumble to the sea, there would still be you and me.
Man,
such a beautiful song.
That is. That is
Do
so
you-
good.
And obviously that band it was such an abbreviated time with the passing of John Bonham. Do you think if he doesn't pass away, is there a chance maybe they're still touring? I mean,
Yeah,
maybe not this late, but
well, yeah. You look at the Stones. You know, I mean, I
don't think Plant could hit those songs.
Yeah,
anymore.
I mean,
Plant could hit those notes anymore.
Yeah, good point. I mean, yeah, there was, but I think as an artist, Robert Plant was going to go his direction anyway. You know, with his solo career, and so it's kind of hard to say.
But I remember on the Reels breaking the band, Plant and Page had the falling out over the death of the son, right?
I don't think it was the death of the son.
I thought that's what it was.
I thought Page was more into the black magic stuff.
Well, there was that, but it was Plant's son that died,
Plant
right?
lost
And
his
Page,
son.
and Page didn't go to the funeral, and I thought they had really hard feelings over
John
that.
Paul Jones wrote "All of My Love" for his son.
Yeah.
Anyway, just my favorite band of all time. I wish I could go back. Would have had money when they did the reunion with Jason Bonham playing drums and gone to O2 and watched that.
Yeah.
Would have been incredible. But your plan is
so
good.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
good. And so when are you doing Zeppelin again?
Well, it's kind of we're not doing any for a while. We've done it, but I actually am doing a full month on the road in October. So Black Jacket's going out to California and Washington and through. It's a Western tour.
Wow.
First time I've done that. So I'm leaving and I'm going to be in a bus with 12 other people for a month.
Wow. When's your Unplugged Zeppelin stuff? though?
July 29th. It's at the Ritz Theater in Talladega.
That's where you played that time, right?
Yeah,
Ryan?
That's a cool place.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
no,
Ritz,
it's-
Yeah.
the Ritz in Talladega, July 29th for the Unplugged Zeppelin.
Yeah.
I'm there.
You guys want to get tickets for that?
In the Brock's Gap tonight,
Yeah,
right?
come out. Yeah. And my buddy I'm playing with tonight, he's going to be the Van Halen guitarist for Black Jacket.
It's Alan Barlow.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah.
No pressure on him for that, right? Eddie had no idea what he was doing.
Oh, he's got it, man. He was doing it in high school. We had a band in high school together. We named our band after Van Halen.
Are you a Birmingham guy?
Yeah.
Were you there in '84?
I didn't get to go see the show.
It was a good show.
Yeah.
He was poor like me. We heard about it. John, thank you, man, for coming in. I know it's a busy time.
Sure,
appreciate you coming in.
you,
Rockstar,
guys.
thank you for asking him. Glad your voice was out today so we could get John in here. Final thoughts when we come back in the final segment.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Tendinitis can drive a golfer to flub their shots or turn a 5K run into a stroll. And that backhand is now a bunt. Don't get comfortable with discomfort. Schedule an appointment with Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics for help in making your greatest comeback. Today is the day to get back in the game. Call 855-219-6200 to make an appointment or find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Lil Sweet! Did you make it out the door on time?
Yeah, but I have lipstick on my teeth.
Ooh, that color looks great on you. And you deserve a tasty treat. Did you take an alternate route and avoid 30 seconds of traffic? Or did you weather apple eye? Ooh, and now you're sweating in your shacket. So sweet, unique. Baby, there's nothing better. I bet you probably done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper. Did you nail the high note while singing along to your favorite song? Yes, I did. Woo. Did you perfectly parallel park without bumping any bumpers?
Yeah, but I locked my keys in the car. That's okay. I need my keys, little sweet.
Did you get to get in the car seat without losing your temper? Buckle in, that's a win. It's one of a kind, it'll blow your mind. Everyone's done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man in a Toolbox. One Man in a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
Witness history at the closing ceremonies of the World Games with an all-star celebration featuring Alabama's favorite son, Lionel Richie, performing at home for the first time in decades. Joined by Alabama, Jamie Johnson, Bo Bice, Taylor Hicks, Blind Boys of Alabama, Pastor Mike Jr., Ruben Studdard, Young Blue, Martha Reeves, and Worth the Wait. An epic celebration. The closing ceremonies of the World Games at Protective Stadium, July 17th. Tickets are limited and going fast. Get yours now at TWT2022.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Yeah, LT makes sure they're soft material. Final segment of the show is brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. I tell you what, you guys have gotten where it's open house around here lately. When I went on one vacation, I come back on Thursday and Friday. It's like it's a turnstile here. We're out drawing the what was that league that the Squadron played in?
Oh, the G League?
Yeah, we're out drawing the Squadron up here the last 2 days.
That's true. He ain't wrong.
I ain't wrong. He's not wrong.
When it comes to home equity, bigger, always better. Our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a program that will help you gain more home equity while paying less out of your pocket. Go big and go home by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. The Squadron would have counted Chuck as one of the.
Split him up so we can get him his two.
Can I scan his ticket?
Guys in the guys and girls in the chat room were moved by Lance's tribute to his father. This is Lance's late father. This is Chuck's Ashes here with us at the show for the first time ever. Brooks in the chat room said, my mama always called and sang happy birthday to me. One year I didn't answer, and she left a voicemail singing it. And then she passed away. I've still got that voicemail.
Oh, no. LT.
It's a tough one there, man. I've read JP already. Smuff said, I never met my deadbeat father, but my mom's dad was an incredible guy who stepped up for me as a kid. He got sick and eventually passed. I was obliterated by it, so sorry for your loss, LT. He was a guy who never went beyond the 6th grade in school, and someone who works surrounded by medical and research personnel. He's still one of the top 10 smartest people I've ever known. Robert says, I stressed to my son, always hug his grandparents, tell him he loves them when he sees them or leaves them because you never know if you'll see them again. And one day he'll know how much they love that hug. One of our listeners on Twitter, Susan, said her first Christmas day after losing her husband, she put on an Apple playlist on random songs, and it played every single one of her husband's favorite songs.
So weird, man.
Yep. And she said it was songs she never listened to, but it meant a lot to her.
Meant a lot to her. While we're doing this, my dad loves a good Budweiser, Bud Light, and he got a diagnosis a few months ago. Only got a few more years with us here. He watches and listens as much as he can. So, Dad, while you're still with us, we love you. And he asked about you guys all the time. Do they like my jam? Do they like my jelly?
He makes a hell of a jam. Jam was great.
Yeah.
Does he know the difference between jelly and jam?
After 55 years, my mom does.
Jeez, holy hell.
You could not have ended that. You could not have ended that show any more appropriately.
I'm sorry, Chuck. All right,
Chuck, appreciate the difference.
All right, we're probably back live on Monday.
I'm not going to be here. I don't know where I'm going to be.
Find out where Lance is on Monday when we're with you at 9 a.m. Central. Now I'm crying. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.